Any cell phones were taken from the scene?
Yabona uyangolazi lakho khona laphana kule sasigamelo bayathathwa ama cell phones angakhi.
Angeke ngibe neshow kwathathwa mangakhi but eyami amanye athatha because angibonanga abanye bathatha mangakhi.
I am not sure about the number of cell phones that were taken. However, I am certain of the fact that mine was taken. I couldn't witness when the others' cell phones were taken.
I'm sorry.
Mine was taken.
I'm sorry, I didn't clarify the question for you. I'm talking about the phones that were stolen from the house on the night in question.
Ngikhuluma ke ngama cell phones antshontsho kanyaphangwa khona laphana endlini ngalobo busuku.
Angazi ukuthi yabani ifoni yathathwa nako lo ngikubona ngakuzwa.
I don't know whose cell phone was taken or robbed. Even that as well, I couldn't witness it. I only heard about it.
And was there any money that was taken from their house according to you?
Uyangawe ngabe khona imali eyathathwa khona lapha endlini?
Hayi, cha ngikhumbula khona yathathwa.
I do not recall any money being taken from the house.
And any valuable items taken from the house? Do you know anything about that?
Nokunye mhlambe impahla ethize enezinga eliphezulu eyathathwa kanye enezinga elithize eyathathwa khona lapha endlini?
Hayi cha. Ngathi ayikho yathathwa.
No. It appears there wasn't any valuable thing that was taken there in the house.
Now let's directly talk about the incident of the 26th of October 2014.
As we sikhulume ngalesigameko say 26th of October 2014.
Would you agree with me that memory fades over time, memory erodes over time?
Ungavumelana nami ukuthi inkumbulo yomuntu isikhathi masiloko sihamba iye iphele. Ngabe kunjalo? Ukukhumbula komuntu isikhathi masibele sihamba lokho kuhambe kuphele.
Uyasho ngiyangibuza.
Are you telling me or are you asking me?
I'm asking you if you agree that the things that you observed and experienced on the 26th of October 2014, when the events were fresh, and as you testify here in court yesterday and today, they will be impressed in your memory like they were on the 26th of October, correct?
Engisho ilokho ke ukuthi izinto ke obuyikhumbula ngenkathi isigameko sanda ukwenzeka angeke uyikhumbule ke njengoba uye wayikhumbula ngaleso sikhathi mhlawumbe uyikhumbula ngaleyo ndlela manje isikhathi masiloko siya ilento engisho.
Ungakukhohlwa okunye but okunye ukukhohlwa kushuthi ngasho ngamamazi ukuthi uqinisile ngalapho.
I would say that yes, that is true. There are certain things that you can forget and others you won't be able to forget them.
And we'll along that line also agree that memory does not work like a video recorder, whereby you record events and experiences and later you can play them as they are.
Nokuthi ingqondo okanye ukukhumbula komuntu akufani nanoma mhlawumbe kuqoshwa i-video ozothi uthatha i-video namhlanje mase sewufuna ke ukuthi uyibukele njengoba obuyithatha kunjalo. Umqondo womuntu onjalo.
Kuyadepend situation osukuyona ngaleso sikhathi.
It depends the circumstances or the situation that you find yourself at during that time.
Now, would you also agree with me that when you observed the incidents of the 26th of October 2014, you were not completely sober, correct?
Ungavumelana nami ukuthi ngenkathi ubuka lesigameko esasenzeka nge-26 October 2014 wena ke ubunga hluzekile nje ngokupheleleyo.
Le nkulumo ngingayivumela ukuthi bengekho so completely sober.
That's exactly what I want.
But bengadakiwe lokuthi angiboni.
Yes, I would concur with that I wasn't completely sober, but I was neither drunk as well, such that I couldn't observe anything.
And by your own account here in court yesterday, you stated that you had drunk about 2 cans of Heineken and the third one was opened at the time of the incident, correct?
Yeah. That is correct. But yebo kunjalo ngitshilo lokho ukuthi ngiphuze ama-can out leken lesithathu ke laliviliwe kodwa ke belingaphelele ushuthi ke azange ngiphuze ngaliqeda.
Now, per your testimony yesterday, you testified that 2 intruders entered the house, and the first one with dreadlocks, shorter, demanded phones from the people in the house, correct?
Usho kanjalo ukuthi kwangena-ke abangenile abawu-2 khona lapha endlini ama-intruder awu-2 kanti lona-ke umfishanyana owayinama-dreadlocks wase-ke ufuna ama-cellphone. That is correct, yes.
And what were the exact words that were uttered by that person, the first suspect with the firearm?
Lo mlisa-ke okanye lo msola wokuqala wakhuluma wathini lawo mazwi awasebenzisa makakhuluma lo bephethe isibhamu wakhuluma wathini?
Akakhulumanga intini ngafuna amafoni nemali nje.
He didn't say much. He only demanded the cell phones and money. That's it.
Yeah, but understand, what I'm asking you is the exact words that he said, if you recall.
Yabona-ke engithanda ukuzwa kuwe ukuthi wasebenzisa amaphi amazwi futhi makakhuluma wathini ilokho engikufunayo kuwe.
Noma ngeke ngiwasho exact amagama awasho nje benjalo but engakhumbulayo ukuthi wafuna amafoni nemali. Ngibona ngikhumbulayo lokho.
Even though I cannot recall the exact wording, however, what I remember is the fact that he demanded the cell phones and money. That I can remember.
In what language did he demand cell phones and money?
Wayesebenzisa lokulwimi njengoba efuna ama-cell phones nemali.
Wayesebenzisa ulimi lwesiZulu.
isiZulu.
And what was his demeanor when he made the demand for cell phones and money?
Ubebuke kanjani-ke makenza-ke lezo ephotha-ke futhi lezo zinto?
Angiunderstand umuze ebuka kanjani mhlampe
mawumbheka nje ube njani ububona ini kuyena beyiphethe kanjani ngoba efuna i-cellphone nemali ama-cellphone nemali.
Sima ngikusona ngangingenako ukuthi ngibheke umuntu as-if ngibukela imovie relaxile because uqala novalo phakathi nawuthuka yonke leyo nto so angeke ngibuke exactly emehlweni noma isikhathi eside.
My observation would not be an observation of a person that would be, relaxed as though they are watching a movie. Remember, I also was shocked or was frightened. So my reaction to that type of a scene wouldn't have been a quite relaxed observation.
Now, did you see a firearm that night?
Ube wasibona isibhamu ngalobo busuku. Wasibona.
Yebo wayesiphethe.
Yes, he was in possession of that firearm.
And how did that suspect with the firearm hold that firearm as he came in towards the hallway in the house?
Makangena-ke endlini ephethe isibhamu kanjalo ube siphethe kanjani ngakwazi ukusibonisa?
Wayesiphethe ngesandla saka-right.
He had the firearm, or he held the firearm with his right hand.
Yes, but what I want to know, was it pointed at the people in the house with his hand outstretched in front, or was it holding it down as he entered the house?
Ileyo ukuthi wakhomba abantu abasendlini yaleso sibhamu ngamanye amazwi shuthi
wayesiphethe kanje but not ukuthi like ukhomba umuntu oyedwa. Wayesiphethe ngesandla nje kanje.
It was weird. It was wielded in that fashion, in other words, in a pointing form, even though he wasn't pointing at any person in particular, but it was in a pointing form. And I was able to see the barrel of that firearm. As I was positioned like that, when I looked at the firearm, I could then have access to the barrel of the firearm as it was wielded in that fashion.
Now, taking from what you say that it wasn't pointed at a specific person Because remember, according to the photos that we've seen, there were 2 couches with 3 people on this side, 3 people on this side, and Kelly on the other side towards the passage. Did he move it around to show his dominance of the people in the house, or was it just in a fixed position but not particularly?
Ngoba besizosho-ke ukuthi kwakhona ama-couch amabili, 3 behleli ngapha, 3 behleli ngapha, uKheli ubehleli ukuya khona lapha nepassage. Mhlambe-ke ubeloko esikhomba kanjalo esihambisa ukubonisa-ke ukuthi usebenzisa-ke igunya lakhe phezu kwawo wonke umuntu obekhona ngalapho, okanye ukuba namandla phezu kwawo wonke umuntu obekhona ngalapha endlini. Wayeloko esihambisa kanjalo leso sibhamu noma kanjano.
Ukwenza kwalento akwenzekanga isikhathi eside, so wonke kube nalento ukuthi ucheck yini ukuthi wenzani, because ngabe sengisho ukuthi bakunovalo phakathi.
Now this
Mhlawumbe masingasusile amehlo kena ngizama ukukhipha into ngazama ukukhipha ifoni mina ebhakethini.
Now this incident actually happened at the shortest time I can remember. One would not necessarily be having an opportunity to can observe what this person was doing in detail. Remember, I've already indicated that I personally was under shock as well, and that it could have been that I also took out my cell phone from within the pocket at that time.
Now, during that stage, did the gunman cock or wreck the firearm?
Ngaleso sikhathi was British Palm, lo muntu ophethe isibhamu ngaleso sikhathi.
Hayi cha, wafika nje sesikhomba nyazangas.
No, he didn't cock the firearm. He just barged in there with the firearm wielded out.
Now, just to go back on something that you just mentioned before about the firearm, which position or from which perspective did you see the firearm, the front or the side of the firearm?
Otege ubone ipingxenye yesibhamu. The barrel, the front side of the barrel of the firearm.
So you were literally staring down the barrel of a gun. What color was the firearm, if you recall?
Umbala obunjani waleso sibhamu, uma ngabe uyakhumbula?
Ngathi nje simnyamanyana kugile, ugrasti kugile.
It was blackish, worn out, kind of rusty.
And just by using the dimensions with your hands, can you tell the length of that firearm?
Usebenzisa izandla zakho ngakwazi ukuthi mhlambe usidobele nje umfanekiso ukuthi sasisikhulu kangakanani ubude baso leso sibhamu.
Mhlawumbe sasisingakanyana nje.
That could have been the estimated length of the firearm. I went a 40 foot.
Mhlawumbe sasisingakanyana.
More about 14 centimeters, about 14 centimeters. 20.
And then also, could you tell if the firearm had a wheel on the side, something that looked like a wheel or a retreating object on the side?
Ubona mhlambe leso sibhamu sasine into engathi i-wheel okanye isonto nyana nje lapho kuso leso sibhamu. Engathi iyajikeleza nje.
Ngabona ngathi isona esinesona impela mangisibuka, but anjona ngisho ngisibukanga isikhathi eside nami.
I looked at it and like I have already said, that I didn't take a lot of time to can observe that particular firearm, but it looked to me as though it was a firearm that had a wheel on it.
Now, prior to the events of the 26th of October 2014, had you seen the person that was holding the firearm in the house that night?
And when this was 26th October 2014, lo mlisa lo muntu bephethe isibhamu ngaleso sikhathi uke wambona phambilini ubuke wambona
ngingambona
shothi ke angisho isigameko senzeke nge-26
yes
phambi kwe-26 ubuke wambona nanoma yikuphi lo mlisa bephethe isibhamu
cha ngaze ngimbone.
I've never seen him before.
And after the incident of the 26th of August 2014, October 2014, I'm sorry, did you see that person again? Have you ever seen him since?
Emva kwesigameko sange-26 October 2014 uphinde wambona futhi?
Cha, angazi mina.
I've never seen him.
Now, would I be correct to say that the people that entered the house that night, the two suspects, were complete strangers to you?
Ngakusho-ke ukuthi laba bantu abangena ngalobo busuku endlini abantu nje ubungabazi uhlobo nje.
Yeah, abantu engabazi.
Yes, those were unknown people to me.
Now, you testified, and if I understood your testimony correctly, is that you only saw the second suspect because you didn't immediately stand up when the rest of the people stood up to confront the suspects. So you only saw the second suspect later, correct?
Ngabe kunjalo ukuthi wena uye wambona emva kwesikhashana ngoba phela ngenkathi wonke umuntu esukume eyabuye lo umsola wesibili wena zange ube nabo ngaleso sikhathi wase-ke umbona emva kwesikhashana-ke ngoba zange usuke nabanye ilokho kushilo.
Indlela aqhamuka ngayo bemalapha ngomnyango uyena umuntu oqala umbonayo, so lo munye wayengakaveli ngaleso sikhathi.
The manner in which he appeared in the scene and he stood by the door there, he was the very first person that one could see. And I don't think at the time that we were pointed with a firearm from this one who was in possession of the firearm, the other one had not appeared as yet on our side.
Okay. When did you see the second suspect for the first time then that night in the house?
Lona ke wesibili wambona nini khona lapha endlini. Ukuthi makwenzakala ini.
Angithi lo uqala mayefika emala esikhomba efuna abafundi imali basukuma nomfana lo mphusha.
Now isn't it so that the first one that came and pointed us with a firearm and he demanded the cell phones and the money, and there was this young man that stood up and pushed or thrust at him. Now as he thrust at him, everyone else stood up because he thrust at him and then exited running out of the house. And then there was a stage where everybody then stood up.
Now
at that stage where Kelly went and ran into the other bedroom that is just on the right, this is when, that was at that stage where I realized that there is now a second person or there is another person.
Okay, Mr. Baloyi asked you yesterday, rather than saying this boy, this guy, mention people by name so that the record is clear as to who
we are talking about.
Yeah,
okay.
I understand.
So when you say that this guy pushed this one, we are referring to Longwe Twala pushing the first suspect.
Yes, I was referring to Longwe Twala.
Now, this second suspect, what did he do when you saw him, at the time you saw him?
Lona wesibili uma umbona bekenzani?
Ngicabanga ukuthi bezama ukuyongena la bedroom bethwele pushana senzo bezomlekisa ngasesicabheni sekhishi.
I think he wanted to go into the bedroom, and it was at that stage that Senzo struggled together with him or wrestled together with him, and he pushed him and pinned him against the door.
Okay. Zandile Kumalo testified on that aspect in his court to say the second intruder then chased Kelly to the bedroom that is opposite the kitchen, directly opposite the kitchen, when he entered the house. Did you see that happening?
Uzandile Kumalo ukshilo lokho ukuthi lo wesibili owangena lapha endlini waseke ugijimisa lona ukheli waye gijimela ngakulela kamero elalibhekene nekhishi wena ke uye wakwazi ukuthi ubone lokho?
Yebo ngakubona.
Yes, I witnessed that.
But then I'm confused because you say Senzo then I think went to that person before. Clarify that for me. Senzo and the second intruder, please.
Akuzamele ukuyixaxisa ngoba manje usukhuluma ukuthi uSenzo waseke uyambamba uyampusha ngapha ke ugijimisa ukheli lona awuzama ukuyixaxisa ukuthi ukuqala.
Angithi uSenzo the time kufika lokuqala elwa nalokuqala bebambe shuvulana lokuqala ne. So ila ngibone khona ke lo kathi balekele engene la ukheli ikamereni eseza ke lo wesibili suthi angazi ukuthi wayiza kanjani nami ngoba uSenzo wayembambe nje isandla lesi ofisho ikonta ayiphethe esandleni ngoba imphushela udongeni la ngase ngithi ngizama ukubaleka khona ke nango sempushelela udongeni la ngafika ngashaya khona la.
Isn't it so that there was a time that Senzo was also wrestling with his first one, and as he was busy wrestling with his first one, here is Kelly now running into the bedroom. At that stage, this is when I see the other one now appearing, and then it was Senzo now wrestling together with this one. Moti Senzo was wrestling now he grabbed the second one and wrestled with him and pushed him against the wall.
So that I understand it, there's no confusion. Senzo, let's start it afresh. Senzo initially struggles and pushes and fights with the first suspect.
uSenzo okokuqala nakulwisana nalowo wokuqala umsolo wokuqala kube njalo.
Yes,
uthi bayabamba lapho yena
wayengekho yedwa kodwa futhi
khona lapho kulowo wokuqala
uZandi. Yes, khona uZandi noma ngazani.
Yes, even though he was not alone there on that first struggle, because Zandi was there and Zandi's mother was also there.
Then ila khona ke abamba lo angazi mhlambe lo wayeza kuye or something lo mbamba lo suspect lo wesibili.
No. Right there, that is when he grabbed the second suspect. I don't know how did it come about, but he grabbed the second suspect. And then pushed him close to the door, just next to the kitchen door there.
And you mentioned, I think, just now that the second suspect, you say he had possibly something in his hand.
Usho into njalo ngazuthi uthe lo wesibili kwakungathi khona into abayiphethe esandleni sakhe.
Yebo ngisho njalo impela.
Yes, indeed so. That is what I said.
Okay. And did you observe what that something was?
Uye wakwazi ukubona yini ukuthi kuyini lokho ebephethe?
No, angibonanga but ngabona uSenzo ngendlela ambambe ngayo lesandla saka right because indlela ambambe ngayo ngesandla soku2.
No, I did not really observe what he was in possession of. I only observed the manner in which Senzo had grabbed him, grabbed his right arm, and he used his two hands to hold on to that right arm of the suspect.
But from your vantage point, did you see the second intruder in possession of any weapon?
When uqhamuka labo khona obukwazi ukumbona lona umsola wesibili ephethe isikhali kuye nanoma esenjani.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi bengeke ngiphonse amehlo ami kuyona yonke into eyenzakala yini because nabe bengarelaxing.
Now, as I've already pointed out that I couldn't or I wouldn't be in the position to can observe everything that was happening in the house. Because even myself, I was in a frightened state.
Okay, just to clarify it, and with respect to Thokozisi Twala's testimony on that aspect, he testified that the second intruder was in possession of a knife. Did you see a knife?
Ake sibuye ke kulobufakazi bukaMthokozisi. uMthokozisi yena ke uthi ubone lo umsolwa wesibili okanye lo umngeneleli wesibili ephethe umese kuyena. Uke wawubona lo mese wena?
Kwakubhala uMthokozisi kusho ukuthi usho into ayibona yena. Mina angizange ngibe nasikhathi sokubona nje ngendlela ngoba ngangithi ngijonge usenze bambe nalo ngangifuna ukuphuma kahle kahle umthetho wami endlini.
No,
ethwele ngamakhono okusenziwa ipresene nalo.
No.
So angizange ngibone mina.
No, I did not observe the knife, as I've already indicated that at the time that Senzo was busy wrestling with this man, I also stood there as well and became a part of that. And whatever it is that is contained within Nthokozisi's statement, that is what he witnessed himself that has been reduced into writing. But I personally didn't see that.
And the second suspect, I'm not sure whether I've asked you this, but I'll ask it anyway. Did he say something or utter any words as he entered the house or during the incident?
Lo msolwa wesibili makangena endlini ngabe kukhona amaza awakhuluma himself. No, there isn't.
And during the incident, did the first and the second suspect communicate amongst each other?
Khona lapho kuleso sigameko ngabe lona wokuqala nowesibili babe lokhu bekhulumisana?
Angibonanga lokho.
I did not observe nor witness that.
Now, yesterday you lost me with respect to the descriptions of the two suspects that entered the house. Let's discuss first the description of the first intruder, the first suspect, the shot one with a firearm.
Izolo ngengathi ukulahleka ngekhathi wena uphana ngomfanekiso walona owokuqala. I-intruder yokuqala. Ake siqale ngaye ke lo wokuqala. Uthi ke wena ke uthe umuntu ebebuke kanjani?
Wemfishane enama-dread efake isigqoko efake ijacket ungathi caramel.
He was shot having dreadlocks and he had worn a hat and also was wearing a jacket, caramelish in color. And he had widened eyes or big eyes.
Okay. And I see when you describe the dreadlocks, you keep on doing this. What are you
ngiyabona kusebenzisa nezandla zakho ukukhuluma ngama dreadlocks futhi izandla zihambela khona lana entanyeni mawuloku ukhuluma kanjalo usho ukuthini ke?
Ama dread no size.
Yeah, the dreadlocks have got their size.
So awakhe ayingamade mtaza made kakhulu njengophunda la ngathi ayigcina la.
His were not as long. When you see me, sort of signaling with my hands, I am trying to describe the length of those dreadlocks, that this is how far those dreadlocks would go, or this is up to how far they could reach.
And were you in a position with the first suspect wearing the hat to see whether or not those dreadlocks were braided dreadlocks? You know what I'm talking about? There are these styles that they do, guys, braid them towards the back or whatever braid they prefer.
Ngoba ke lo mlisi obefaka isigqoko ubona ama dreadlocks kuye uye wakwazi ukuqaphela yini ukuthi kwakungama dreadlocks athe uqhinwa nje. Yabona kukhona nje ama dreadlocks la ukuthi umuntu avese nje athi no ithi ngengenza istyle inyana ngwaqhine ngwabambe ngenzeni ube waqaphela lokho mhlawumbe ukuthi lawo ma dreadlocks apha
umvela wawo ayivela la because angithi ufake isigqoko so ayivela la ayingaveli ngangamboni ngangemumva nabo ayivela nje la.
Now, the visibility of those dreadlocks was starting from the temporal area going down. Look on the top of the head or the crown of the head. I couldn't see because remember that he was wearing a hat, so I couldn't see on top of the head as to how those dreadlocks look like.
Let's go on to the second suspect, by what identifying features did you notice him?
I guess is a sort of wesibili. Impawu ozewayibona kuyena ezikwaziyo ukuthi ziphana ngomfanekiso omayelana naye kwaba eziphi impawu.
Lo wesibili ngiyangasho futhi nasekuqaleni ukuthi sometimes noma ngaba able ukuthi umuntu umuntu kodwa umuntu okwambona before uyamazi.
Now, regarding the second person, even though one could fail to draw or to finish with the features that would be drawn about that particular person, but I said that if a person happened to have been a person that you saw or encountered, you will always recognize that person.
Mr. Madala, I'm not gonna fight with you. I'm a very fair lawyer. If you don't understand the question, ask me to repeat it. And answer a direct question directly, please.
Manje uma ke wena awukwazi ukuphendula umbuzo ke cela ukuthi ke uphinde futhi lo mbuzo okanye ucacisele.
I vele azizile ukuzona. So le ngesibazi ukulwa ngiunderstand. Azizile ukuzona.
Yes, we are not here to fight. Yes, I agree.
Now let's try that question again.
Yes.
By what identifying features did you notice the second suspect?
I guess is a lapho ke. Eziphi impawu ukwazile ukukhuluma ngalowo kuqala ngisho eziphi impawu ke masiza kulo wesibili okwazile ukuthi uyibone ukuthi cha yabona lezi ke yizona ezingisiza ukuthi ngisho ukuthi uyelo bekuyini
ukuqala nje njengoba ngisho ukuthi uqala kamungena la ngambona if wabona umuntu before umqondo wakho mathi usumlibele but mangombona futhi uba nalokuthi ngiyangimazi lapho lo muntu lo.
Now, the first thing that I have indicated was that as I walked into the courtroom, I was then able to see him, and I said to myself, this person I once met before, and the question could be that, where did I meet with this particular person? That's number one.
Okwesibili, ngimkhumbula nangentshelwe yakhe ayenzile ngaleso sikhathi. Nasengibusa umqondo wami ngiyamkhumbula nje intshebe yakhe ayenzile because ubeshiye lokho kulakuthiwa neshiye la eshiye igundile nje ikhathi iround umlomo. So I
also remember him based on the beard, how his beard was actually trimmed. It was trimmed such that it has formed an O around his, his mouth, upper lip as well as the chin, so covering that area. That I saw, and as well as a bit of the hair here. Just under the lower lip. And further, that he was tall in physique.
Now, let's talk about the beard here, beneath the lower lip. How pronounced or visible was that? How thick was that beard here?
Yabana lenchajana eyayila ngaphansi kwalolu udabelo ngaphansi. Benjani inwele zakhona bezinjani beyibonakala kangakanani.
Nje la phela ayijwayele kuba inkulu vele even noma ikhulu ayijwayele kuba inkulu ayikazi ibe inkulu eziningi kwazi ukuchaza usize wakho kodwa ayibi inkulu.
Now generally that beard at that particular spot does not grow to be very bushy. I may not necessarily give a clearer description pertaining it, but it doesn't grow to be very, very thick and bushy, that one.
Now, accused number 2 instructs me that he's never had this beard here. In fact, it doesn't grow on him, and he's never had an O-shaped beard, like you say, the second suspect had. And furthermore, that he's always kept the goatee, the one that you see here in court, from as long as he can remember.
Futhi ke akakaze ke enze leso style se njengoba wena usho amadevu kanjalo kanti ke ube loko ebukeka ngalendlela ebukeka ngakhona. I should also indicate that the witness find it amusing right now before he can even answer.
I
don't know what is he intending with that. It means that I am insane in my mind. As far as now, the hand of the accused number 2 is on my back.
I mean, that's it, my lord. He's saying if the court is willing, you can come and have a look at him.
Which court?
If the court.
Which one?
Sorry, my lord.
Which court?
This one, my lord.
Honest.
No, sorry, the witness, my lord, not the court. Sorry, my lord. If the witness can be allowed by the court to go and have a look at him, that he's never had that beard that he testifies about.
He is inviting the witness to go to him.
Yes,
I will never come close to him. As he's seated there, he's actually my enemy. I will never, even if he may want for me to come close to him, I won't go to him. There's this one thing, may I interpret this? There's this one thing that all these gentlemen here who are seated there should know about me. I don't care about them. I don't care, and I'm not even afraid of them. They're seated there looking at me like that. I don't care about them.
No, that's fine. What he was just saying is that as much as you are adamant that he had this beard, he's also adamant that he has never had it. That's the point.
Uyabona ke njengoba nawe udizelela ukuthi ube nentshatshana la. Uyasho ke naye ube ngenayo. Now whatever that he says, he's got the right to prove it. However, on my side, I know what is it that I witnessed. I know what I saw. And it is there.
Now, I put it to you that the description by which you identified accused number 2 is vague and general, and it meets all sort of thousands and thousands of men out there.
Ngibeka kuweke ukuthi yabona ke lo mfanekiso othulela enkantolo omayelana nomangalelo wesibili umfanekiso nje ongavela ufane nanoma ubani ngoba phela ke awuyikhethanga lo mfanekiso futhi ke awunazo izimpawu ezikhethile nanoma ubani ngaba yingxenye yalo mfanekiso wena ophana ngawo la enkantolo.
Yeah, phela mina la enkantolo angizela nginanongibani ngizingalo ngimbonayo mina ngikhuluma ngalo ngimbonayo hayi nanongibani.
Now the fact of the matter is that I am not here for any other man or any other person that I see. There is a person in particular that had led me to come and testify in this court.
In fact, I put it to you that that description of a beard below the lower lip, an old-type beard around the mouth, height, and a hoodie wouldn't assist the police in locating the perpetrator. If you said to the police, go and look for this perpetrator, descriptors.
Lezo impawu ophane ngazo le ntshantshana kuyi okanye le eyayilana nalo intshebe yayenza olana emlomeni nokuthi ke ubefake ihudi ube mude angeke kwazi ukusiza amaphoyisa uma umuntu engathi ke nawo ke umfanekiso sengimnikezile hambani ufuna lo muntu angeke kwazi ukusiza amaphoyisa.
Khona nje mina ngimbona ngangona indlela mina ngimbona yeka kumfana mina ngimbona.
I am available. Isn't it so that I'm the one that witnessed? I was in the house. I'm the one that saw him. So I am the one that saw him, and I'm here.
Now, before the intruders came into the house, you testified that you were watching or observing Kelly Kumalo narrating a story about different churches or whatever story she was narrating.
Usho kanjalo ukuthi angokubake lo umngenela ngene endlini benilokunlaleleyo okanye limbuke lona uKelly loyikhuluma ke lezi ndaba ezikhuluma ezifake ngaphakathi amabandla kanjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
Now, how far was the first suspect from you where you were seated when you first noticed him?
Ube kude kangani nawe ukusuka labo uhleli khona lo ungenele uqala mawumbona. Ukuqhathanisa nala wena buhleli ngapha. Na ungasho ukuthi ngoba ngihleli la yena ube lapha yana wena ube lapha yana.
I think it indicated la isithombe because besivele isithombe ngasho ukuthi ngiyabe ngihleli kuphi umsola uqala wangena wama kuphi.
Now I think it was depicted in one of the pictures that I indicated that this is where I was seated at and this is where the intruder came and stood at.
Yeah, but the picture doesn't show measurements of distance. They only depict the sofas and the hallway.
Yabona ke isithombe as esinikezi nje ibanga okanye ke ama distance kanjalo.
Nama ngengikwazi ukukala ama distance. Na inkinga engaba ngizobheka ngengikwazi ukukala ama distance.
I also cannot measure distances.
Because leyandli
That's my problem because that house is small.
Nani.
That house is small.
Now, the first suspect gets into the house and Kelly's narrating the story. Did the first suspect do anything to Kelly before she ran to the bedroom?
Lo oqala yangena. uKelly lokuyakhuluma la endlini. Ngabe khona ukuthize ke akwenza kuKelly. Emva ukuthi uKelly abaleka engase egumbini lokulala.
Nah, akukho.
No, there isn't anything that he did to her.
Now, according to your version, is that Longwe Twala, out of the blue, stands up, approaches the suspect with a firearm, pushes him away, and then goes out of the house, correct?
Ilokho kushoyo ukuthi nangu umsolo uphethe isibhamu uyasukuma uLongwe uya kuye uyamphusha ubese uyaphuma uLongwe ilokho kushoyo.
Angibonanga ngisho esukuma lokho kusukuma ngathi uzosuka aqala bese yabali angibonanga ngisho esukuma ngale wasuka nje straight emphusha yena ngokukhulu ukushesha angibonanga ngisho iqala esukuma ke nje.
Now I didn't even see or witness him at the time that he stood up. What I saw was that he just took off and stomped at him, pushed him away, and then he exited.
I get to that everything was happening super fast.
Ngithola ukuthi lokho kwenzeka ngokusheshsha okukhulu.
They are made super fast.
Fast.
Yeah, ngokushesha.
Yes. I got a bit confused when you said super fast. Yes, fast, I agree.
And along the same idea, did you see where and how Longwe Twala pushed the first suspect?
Where in terms of the position?
Where on the body of the second
body.
suspect did Longwe push him?
Oke wabona nje uthe makamthinta emphusha wamthinta kuphi emzimbeni?
Ayangibonakanga kwayilo ukuthi wamthinta kuphi kodwa ngwazi wamphusha nje waseyaphuma.
I didn't take notice of that as to what particular part of the body did he actually come in contact with. All I know is that he just pushed him and then fled out.
I think lokho sezosiphendulela yena meza la court.
I think it will now be up to him to come and explain to the court.
Yeah, but I'm asking your recollection. You were there observing the incidents as they happened.
Mina ke se ngiyazama ke ngiyayinxusela la kuwe mayelana ke nokukhumbula kwakho wena umuntu okwazile ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Yes, uqinisile ngalapho but ngangengobserve yonke into ongazuthi ngihleli njengoba sengichazile kanye ngihlale ngibukele yonke into ongazuthi kumnandi.
Now that is true that there are certain things that I may have observed. But bear in mind, I wasn't just relaxed, as though now I'm watching something that was happening in front of my eyes.
Because
one of the things that I was thinking of was, I should also exit the house.
And at the time, Longwe, like, let's forget about standing up. You seeing him pushing the first suspect. Was the first suspect still pointing the firearm at the people in the house?
Ngenkathi umbone pusha lo ke ususpect oqala. Ngabe lo suspect oqala ube vele elogo ekhombe isibhamu kulabantu abebekhona endlini.
Yebo.
Yes.
And what did the second suspect do after being pushed by Longwe?
Wenzani ke emva ukuthi aphusho Longwe. Lo kunjani uqala suspect oqala.
Lo wesibini, lo wesibini.
Are we referring to the
remember when one pushes him, what happens to him? Does he stumble? Does he fall? What happens to him?
Uyathola. Shothi ke uyampusha lo uqala, Long yampusha.
Yes.
Wenzakala makampusha wenze njani?
Akawa.
Uyawa or
Akawa ngaphansi.
no, he didn't entirely fall. He didn't fall to the floor.
What happened to him?
Wenzakala
According to your
njani?
observation.
Still wayesamile, but ukuthi wenza wayesamile kodwa zange awe like phansi.
He didn't fall to the floor. He was still standing. He was still standing.
And as Longwe is now, has pushed this first suspect, where's the second suspect in relation to this incident of Longwe pushing the first suspect?
Ulongwe nangusephushe lona uqala. Ukuphi ke lo wesibini?
I think wangasemnyango.
He was on the door side.
Umnyango lo wasekitchen wangasemnyango lo wasekitchen.
He was along or by the door of the kitchen.
Let's clarify the door, because if we refer to the door, it's been used, different ways here. Are you referring to the brown door, the actual door, where there's a security gate?
I'm referring to the kitchen door.
Okay. And as Longwe is now, was he running? Was he walking out of the house?
Ulongwe ube kitchen ephuma endlini noma ube ehambela nje ephuma endlini?
Hayi wayekitchen.
He was running.
Did the first or the second suspect try to restrain him from running away?
Ngabe lo wokuqala noma wesibini bazama ukumnqanda ukuthi angabaleki?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngangikwazi ukumbona lo wesibili if ngingasumanga ngamala ngasekitchen la from where la ngangikhona ngithi kunobonda awumboni umuntu lapho ubona lo seqhamukile la kwena.
Now, as I've already indicated, that I wouldn't have been able to see the second suspect at the time because there is a wall that is between that kitchen area and as well as where I was. You can only see a person when he appears close to where I was at the time. So the second one, I couldn't see him.
So did the first suspect chase after Longwe?
Lo qala ke wagijimisa uLongwe.
Hayi lo uthakaza umgijimisi.
No, he didn't chase after Longwe.
Now your testimony further is that once Longwe had pushed the first suspect away and ran out of the house, it gave the people in the house an opportunity to stand up from the sofas that they were sitting at, correct?
Yilokho kushilo ukuthi emva kokuthi lona uLongwe aphushe lo msolo wokuqala. Lokho kwanikeza abantu ababesendlini ithuba lokuthi nabo mabasukume baye kuyeke bayobhekana naye ngqo.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is indeed so.
And that is the start of what has been termed by previous witnesses here as a scuffle in the house. Right?
Kwaba uqala ke kwaleyo usho lo uqala ke oke omnye wofakazi oke weza wazala enkantolo khuluma ngendaba ukuthi kwaba nokudonsa donsana ke lapho okanye inqushushu eke yabakhona.
Yeah kunjalo.
That is indeed so.
And this scuffle starts from the sitting room area and ends up deep in the kitchen towards the door. In fact, actually at the door, correct?
Kuqala khona lapha yana ke ngase kitchen ukufika ngale emnyango wase kitchen.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
Now, earlier on and even yesterday, you stated that Senzo Meyiwa was now pinning the second suspect against the wall, holding the second suspect's arm with his two hands. That is Senzo's two hands, correct?
Ilokho kushilo ukuthi naku ke usebamba lona owesibini uyambamba ke wase umbeka nje khona lapha emphushela embambela edongweni esebenzisa izandla zakhe ezithu ebambe nje ingalo yakhe yodwa.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, yes.
And your testimony is that your crutches were used, but in particular, you vividly remember Zandi Kumalo hitting, was it the second suspect with a crutch? Was that your evidence?
Yakhumbula ngendlela egqamile mayelana ke nama crutches wakho uthi lona uZandi Kumalo washaya muphi ke umsola owokuqala noma owesibini ngecrutch?
Mina ngikhumbulelwa nalokuqala lokuyena wayenza ama-threat.
I remember her fighting with the first one, the one that had dreadlocks.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. But the one that she actually hit with a crutch, which one was that between the first and the second suspect?
Lo amshaya ngale crutch omuphi wokuqala noma owesibini ngikhumbula.
Ngiyasho ukuthi ubekalwa nalo bebeshaya lo wama-threat lokuqala.
I am saying that he was yeah, I mean she was fighting, or they were fighting with the first one that was having dreadlocks.
Now, on that aspect, Zandi Kumalo testified in court as follows, that she then went and fetched a crutch from next to the heater where the crutches were.
Okushilo kanjalo uZandi ukuthi wahamba wathatha icrutch eyayiseduze neheater laphayana, uyavuma?
Ama-crutches ayetayila ekubondeni nje liseduze ne-heater.
Yes, I agree. I concur with that. The crutches were just leaning against the wall, close to where the heater was.
And that she came into the kitchen to join the fight in order to hit the second suspect with that crutch.
Waya ke ngasekitchen yoba ingxenye yale impi yayenzeka khona lapha ekitchen uthi ashaye lo msola lona ke ngecrutch.
Istatement sakhe leso, but mina njengoba ngisho basukuma kuqala kunami. Njengoba basukuma uyena uma wakhe no kill. Basukuma kuqala kunami.
That would be her version.
And her version,
like I have already said, that they were the very first people to stand up, and they accosted this person. It was herself, that is Zandi Kumalo, Kelly Kumalo, and Mrs. Kumalo Senior, or their mother.
And further she testified that because of her stature being short and tiny, and there were people in front of her, she couldn't actually hit the second suspect. That's when you took the crutch from her and hit the suspect, the second suspect on the head with that crutch.
Thina ngenxa ukuthi ke beke umfishane unomzimba omncanyana nje nayo wayengakhona ke ukushaya lo msolo lo wena ke wasuthatha icrutch kuyena washaya umsolo lo wesibili.
Ngiyakuzwa but angikhumbuli ngisebenzisa icrutch mina. According to statement sakhe asibhalile angeke mina ngisishintshe esakhe but angisikhumbuli nje ngithatha icrutch mina.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Well, I do not remember taking a crutch and hitting this person with it. I hit him with a punch. Or a clenched fist. I do not remember taking that would actually be her evidence. But I cannot change her evidence. I cannot change her statement.
Your evidence is that you then hit the second suspect with a fist, correct?
That's correct.
When did that happen in the context of the scuffle that was happening in the kitchen?
At that time that Senzo had pinned him against the wall. Now, it was at the time that I had purpose to exit the house. And when I saw Senzo pinning him like that against the wall, that's when I decided, no, I'm no longer exiting the house. I then unleashed a punch against him.
Now, did the first and the second suspects fight back or retaliate as they were being assaulted by the people from the house?
Bayiphindisela yini ngoba beshawa abantu abangaphakathi sengisho bona ke umangalelo wokuqala wayemsolo wokuqala nomsolo wesibili bayiphindisela yini?
I think ukuphuma kwesibhamu ikhona ababezama ukuthi basithuse ngako or benze lento abayini because sathi masiqhuma isibhamu ngabaleka mina ngawungena ekamereni.
I think the gunshot that was discharged could have been their attempt to disperse us or to ward us off, because after that, that's when I ran to go and hide myself, to hide myself in the bedroom.
Now, Mtokozi Sitwala testified in this court that he was not part of the scuffle because he was protecting Christian from being harmed. So he watched the scuffle from his vantage point at the entrance passageway of the kitchen inside. What role did he play, if at all, Mtokozi Sitwala in the scuffle?
Umthokozi sike uthi yena ichaza libamba lapha yana ukuthi makavikele uChristian. Kanti ke beke ngekho kangako lapha yana ku lokhu dontsisana lapho okane ukulisana okwakhona lapha yana. Uthi nike wena ngendlela wabona ngakhona ube kuphi ke umthokozisi mayelana ke nalokho kwakwenzeka khona lapha kuleyo passage kuya ngase kitchen.
Umthokozisi uqinisile umthokozisi azimuntu othanda ukula angesozoza kuthulile onjani. So
he's telling the truth. He's not the kind of a person that likes getting involved in fights.
Ubengekho la kwenzeka yonke lento so nje bengemuva angazi ukuthi wayenzani nje wethu ayizamprotect uChristian because Christian naye wayileke yaluza la.
He was not the part of that commotion that was happening there. He was just behind. I think he was indeed trying to protect Christian. I don't know what Christian was doing there, but he was trying to protect him.
And what role did Kelly Kumalo play in the scuffle?
Kona lapho kuleso scuffle uKelly yanake ubambela uPiqhaza lapho.
Angengasho lo ngicambuzoyizela naye lo azoyichazela la ecourt lo angengasho wabamba yiphi part.
I don't know what part did he take or how did she participate in that scuffle. She will come and present her own evidence before this honorable court.
And your testimony is that after the first gunshot, you ran to a second bedroom, that is the one next to the one where Kelly ran, and then you closed the door behind you, correct?
Usho kanjalo emva ukuthi isibhamu siqhume kanye okokuqala wasuyagijima ke wena wangena kulela gumbi lesibili lokulala wafika wayivalela ngakhona ilokho kushilo.
Yebo.
Yes, that is what I said.
And if I understood your testimony correctly yesterday, is that it is the very same room where Kelly's daughter Tingo was also sleeping at the time, correct?
Uma ngabe ngizwe kahle izolo umuntu uthula ubufakazi bakho yilelo gumbi ke la kwakulele khona ke indodakazi kaKelly uTingo.
100% correct.
100% correct.
And furthermore, that when you entered that room, you found that she was awake, probably woken up by the commotion and the noise in the house, correct?
Uthi ke wena musufika ngalapha kulelo gumbi wase umthola sekevukile waqama ukuthi ingenxa yalokho kwakwenzeka la endlini umsindo yabona.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, yes.
And that when you ran to that room, you also took your phone with because you wanted to hide, or you hid your phone beneath the blankets that were in that room, correct?
No, ukuthi ke ungena kulelo gumbi uphethe cellphone yakho wayifihla ke ngaphansi kwalezo ngubo ezazistekiwe njengala.
Kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
Now, why didn't you call for help from your cell phone, because you were now behind a locked room in the house at that stage? Why didn't you call for help, because a gunshot has just been fired in the house?
Ingane ke ungazange wazama ukuthola usizo wena uphethe cellphone kanti ke ungakulela gumbi uzivalele ngakhona sekube neqhuma kwesibhamu khona la endlini ingani ngazange wazama ukuthola usizo
angazi methi ngazama ukuthola usizo kwakuyi first time ngiyakulowa muzi and angazi umuntu lapha abantu engibazi babe la endlini ngizolicela kubani usizo ngicela ngicacisele lapho ukuthi ngizocela kubani usizo
I don't know how was I going to be in the position to seek for help. That was my first time going to that house. I don't know any person in that vicinity. The only people that I knew were inside of the same house in which I was. Perhaps you can try and clarify that for me.
Calling for help by dialing toll-free 10-111.
Mhlambe ke ukufona la 10-111.
Angazi ngayidala leyo number mina empilweni yami nje angazi ngayidala nokuthi ke if ukulesa simo yabona makwaba senkingeni awufani umuntu ongakazi abenkingeni umuntu ongazi abenkingeni kulula ukukhuluma ukuthi awenza ngangani kanje awenza so kulesa sikhathi ngangikwe ngaphansi kwesinye isimo hayi lesi esinjengalesi.
Now I've never used that number before, and the circumstance that I found myself under, it was an unusual circumstance, and as a result I couldn't even think of doing whatever that is expected of me. A person who has never been in a predicament, it would be easy for them to say that, why couldn't you do that, than a person who is in a predicament. So in other words, a person that is in a predicament experiences the challenge differently than that one that was never in a predicament.
Now, having listened attentively to your testimony and about the robbery incident, the ineptitude and the lack of preparation by the alleged suspects, I'm led to believe that we are dealing with one of Mzansi's dumbest criminals. Would you agree?
Uyabona ke uma sesibheke ngendlela abebengayilungiselela ngakhona indlela bayephethe ngakhona sengikhuluma ngabo labo bantu abangena lapha endlini ushuthi ke mase sibuka leso sithombe isiyabona nathi la eMzansi asibhekene negebe ngeyidomo kabi
Mawusigibe ngifayile uziyofunda ugibe ngabe sigibe ufundile mawusigibe ungafundanga so ucabanga ugibe ngokufana.
You don't have to go to school to be a criminal. You can be a criminal that hasn't gone to school. You can also be a criminal that is well versed.
You see, the reason I'm asking you is for the following propositions. According to your testimony, this is an armed robbery for money and phones. Yet people in the house, one, Zandile Kumalo testified that the minute that demand was made, she hid her phone beneath the cushion where she was sitting.
Yabona enye iyezathu enza ukuthi mhlambe ukuthi ngikhulume ngale ndlela ukuthi uZandile ukhulumile lokho uthi makezwa nje ukuthi manje kufuneka ama cellphone wase ufihla i-cellphone ngaphansi kwekhishini la ebehleli khona. Kungukuthi bakhona labantu la endlini.
Yeah, but angeke ngakhuluma kakhulu ngoZandile Mr. Msipel because statement sakhe lesi official nami endlini angeke ngibuke wonke umuntu uthwenzana umuntu seseyinakela ngaleso sikhathi.
Now I cannot speak on behalf of Zandile. That's her statement, Advocate Ramusipile. And mind you, I also am inside of the house. I cannot be monitoring every move that is done by every person who's inside of the house.
And two, Makumalo's phone is charging right at the kitchen on top of a stove somewhere.
Always be. Na iPhone ngamakhumalo. Phezu kwestove eduze nestove laphayana. Iyachargewa khona lapho.
But the intruders don't take it.
Kodwa labangeneleli abayithathi leyo cellphone.
Angeke ngachaza ke lo ngifuna ukuchaza ukungena kuloko ngoba akubhalwanga yimina so bengingajabula umbuzo yakho mayingaqonda exactly entweni ibhalwe yimi so le bhalwe umunye umuntu uzozizela ine code ayichazeleni ukuthi usho ukuthi babe ngiyenza kanjani into kanje yabo.
Well, I cannot be explicit on that one. This is something that was not narrated by myself. It is not something that was not written by me. I would really appreciate if the questions were really have to do with myself, what I observed or witnessed. I can't say anything pertaining to what I said. For your information, my phone was in my possession.
And 3, Longwetwala, who possibly has got a phone or cash on him, is also allowed to leave the house without being searched for sale.
Okunye futhi nangu lo. Unemali kuyena kuyakhonakala. Futhi une cell phone. Bayamvumela nje ukuthi aphume.
Ubani othwele imali lo?
Who says that Longe was in possession of the cash?
And 4, the intruders do not even search the people in the house for money and cell phones.
Okwesine, labantu abangena endlini ababaseshi labantu abasendlini. Babaseshe ukuthi bafuna ama cell phone nemali kubo ababaseshi inhlobo.
I think mozo seshe umuntu kufanele ube nendlela ozomlalisa ngayo or umise ngendlela ozomisa ngayo. So sasingeke ukuphusha sasibanjise udongora sasilaliswe phansi. So babezosesha kanjani?
How are they going to search us? I think that if you have to search a person, you must position them in a conducive, position that would allow you to be able to search them. Perhaps you can even tell them, lie down or stand against the wall. So all of us were not instructed to do that.
And lastly, the intruders, one of them armed with a firearm, are assaulted by people in the house who are barely armed, crutches and spoons and fists. But they do nothing to retaliate and
Is that
correct? They do nothing. The evidence I'm listening to is that a firearm went off and Senzo apparently got injured and subsequently died.
Okay, let's leave that one. Let me throw that one. Now you've testified and I've listened to you said you were scared when the intruders entered and the suspect pointed or wielded or brandished the firearm in the house, correct?
Ukshilo lokho ke uthi lona intruder mangena endlini ubothukile ngoba phela ungene wakhipha isibhamu. Kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
It is so.
Now, by your estimation, and give me the best, your educated guess, from the moment the suspects arrived, the scuffling, the shooting, and the suspects leaving, the entire incident, how long did it last?
Let's
According to your
okay.
estimation.
Uma ngabe mhlambe wena ke ungaba nalolu lwazi mhlambe ngendlela ongakhona ke ukusho ukusuka lesikhathi bengena kuba nokulwisana kuqhuma isibhamu begcina sebephumile ke endlini lokho kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani?
Akubanga isikhathi eside.
It wasn't a long time.
It
wasn't a long time.
Noma ngisho nje ukuthi akubanga more than 10 minutes ngisho kanjalo.
I would estimate that it was not more than 10 minutes.
Now, and I'm not saying that you are wrong, but by his estimation, Thokozi Sitwala estimated that the entire incident lasted about 5 minutes. Would that be the same region?
Manje usho njalo ke uMthokozisi uthi lesi sigameko sonke sathatha imizuzu engaba 5.
Angeke ngakuphikisa ukusho uMthokozisi Sithwala angeke futhi ngiphawule kakhulu ngakho njengoba nami ngisho ukuthi akubanga more than 10 minutes so angikho kuyona exact time leyo isikhathi ngicabangela sona nami.
Now as I've already indicated that the 10 minutes that I am referring to could just be an estimated time. What Mthokozisi is saying, I cannot dispute it. It may as well have been 5 minutes, and I don't want to remark on what he had said. My estimation could be about 10 minutes, or perhaps even just around there. Even that 10 minutes, I'm uncertain of it.
Now, yesterday when you testified, you stated that you and the second suspect, whom you now identify as accused number 2, were very close to each other during the transpiration of the events of the night of the 26th of October 2014, correct?
Izolo kushilo lokho ukuthi nayithola nje nibhekene nje niseduze omunye komunye ngalo losuku lange 26 October 2014 ukusho kanjalo izolo ngisho. Yes, that's what I said.
And he was wearing a hoodie all along through this incident transpiring, correct?
Tike makwenzeka lesigameko ubele wefake leyo hoodie.
Yeah, wayifakile ihoodie kodwa ngendlela kwakubanjwana ngayo yayisigumile na ihoodie.
Now, he was having a hoodie on his head, but given the fact of that commotion and how the scuffling was taking place, it had already had uncovered the head.
That's a new fact that you are adding here. You've never said that in your evidence in chief.
Ubufakazi obusha ke lo. Ukuthi ke yasesusukile ekhanda. Ubufakazi obusha.
Futhi awukhumbuli kahle mthela mfengu ngangayisho nalento phambili. I think ngangibuza uadvocate Mtsholo. Ngayingayisho lento futhi wena ungakhumbuli kahle.
It means you are the one that is not recalling. Because there was a stage where Advocate Mtsholo asked me that same question. Yes.
Let's be clear. If you look here, this is not Judge Maumela. These are new proceedings. All of those proceedings legally are nullified. So whatever you said there doesn't apply here.
Yeah, but
I was not even there back then. There were other advocates that were here.
I guess it pay kahle. Yabona ngoba silakule enkantolo akusena uJudge Maumela lo ohleli lapha yana. Yabona inqube eyenzeka phambilini ke akusaseyiyo ke futhi ke la inqube iqelele phansi leyo qala ifana nje ngenqube engekho yabona ke
Mr. Ramusbere ngimdala mangaka ngiyayibona yonke into la ikhona there's no need ukuthi umchazele ngizama ukuklarify la ukuthi uthi angikaze ukusha ngayingakusho before ukusha mina mengayingakusho before ngami ngithola yini
Look I'm adult enough. I can observe, I can see what is happening in this court. I know what is it that I had said previously, and that is what I had said previously.
I understand that you are old, but also this is part of, you are not a legal person. I was explaining to you, I'm not undermining you. I told you I don't do that.
Futhi ke ngiyazwisisa ukuthi awusiyena umuntu owazi ke indlela umthetho usebenza ngakhona bengizama ukucacisela nje ukuthi umthetho mayelana nalenqubo usebenze kanjani
ngiyakuzwa lapho nane case ngiyazi ukuthi ishintshiwe ujaji and ujaji wathi liqala phansi ngisasebenza into endala mina ngisho ngakusho before because uthi angikaze ngikusho ukuthi kunyu futhi into engekho kumina
yeah no it was explained to me that the previous proceedings were nullified. And I am just merely answering you based on the fact that you have said that it is new, and based on that, I'm now saying that it is not new, because this particular point, it's what I had said previously. I made mention of that previously.
Now, did you have an opportunity to look into the face of the second suspect there at the scene?
Uye wathola ithuba lokuthi ubone ubuso balomsolwa wesibili khona lapha yana endaweni yesigameko waba nalelo thuba lokubona ubuso bomsolwa wesibili
lo mbuzo angazi ukuthi ngizophendula ngokuthini ngeke ngikwazi ukukhomba umuntu ngithi nangu ngiphinde ngingamnika ukuthi angimbona ngimkhomba kanjani ngambona
I don't know how to actually answer that particular question. I cannot just at random point at a person and say this is the one when I didn't see that particular person at the scene of the incident. How can I do that?
You can do that because the only thing that you saw on his face was his mouth and beard.
Ungakwenza lokho ngoba yini nje into oye wayibona lapha ebusweni bakhe umlomo namadevu wakhe okanye mustache yakhe
controller wena ngicela ukubuza wena controller wena ushaya umuntu angithi uyazi ukuthi umshala or umshaya la so uzomshaya kanjani ebusweni ngambukanga
now if you have to be in control of what you are doing yourself and now you have to launch a punch against a person or hit a person at a particular point in their body, how can you hit a person on the face when you are not looking at them as or aiming at their face to unleash a blow against their face? It could be on the face, it could perhaps be on the abdomen, But how could you just unleash without looking at a particular person?
My Lord, I see it's approaching 11:20.
Okay. So just Robbery.
is investing manpower to help out with these statements because I mean some of the police officers can
But very interesting, you were able to read the handwriting.
okanye ngelanga elilandelayo nge-27 awuzange kuba nikeze nje umfanekiso ogqamile ke okanye waphana nge-description yokuthi lo muntu ubebukeka kanjani ebusweni ngabe kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
It is so, yes.
And also, I put it to you that you viewed the events of the 26th of October 2014 under very disadvantageous circumstances, like one, the second suspect was wearing a hoodie.
Nokuthi ke wena wabuka ke izenzakalo zange 26 zika October ngaphansi kwesimo nje esasibuqala. Ukuqala ke ukuthi lona owokuqala ubefake ihoodie. Is it the second suspect?
The second suspect, yes.
Lo wesibini ubefake ihoodie.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
Two, the presence of a firearm wielded by the first suspect.
Okwesibini ukuba khona ke kwesibhamu esasikhishwe ilona ke owokuqala.
Understand.
I don't
I'm
understand.
giving you the circumstances under which you observed the whole incident. And I'm saying it was not advantageous for you to have a careful look at the people that you say are the perpetrators.
Ngamanye amazwi ke sengikunikeza ke isimo ubungaphansi kwaso uma lesi sigameko senzeka. Ubona zonke lezi zinto ezibonile. Ubone umuntu ephethe isibhamu, ekhipha isibhamu, kungukuthi wena ungaphansi kwaleso simo.
And that the events were moving at a fast pace.
Kanti ke izenzakalo zaleso sigameko zazisheshile ngempela.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes,
And
yes,
that-
it is so.
And that was a fight and a pushing, what is now termed a scaffold for these purposes.
Kwaba ke nescaffold esibe khona kusho ke ukubambana, ukuphushana kanjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
And that you were not 100% sober as you had taken some beers.
Nokuthi ke ubungekho sober 100% ngoba phela ke wawuthathe ke amabhiya ambalwa.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, yes.
And finally, that you were dealing with the suspects that were complete strangers to you.
Nokuthi ke wena wawubhekene nabantu ubuqala ukubabona nje ubungabazi inhlobo.
Yes bengabazi kunjalo.
Yes, it was indeed so.
And what color did you say the hoodie was yesterday that the second suspect was wearing?
Uthe umbala wale hoodie eyayigqokwe umsola wesibini ubunjani?
Angiwusho ngizolo mbala ukuthi ayikunjani umbala.
Yesterday I didn't say what color the hoodie was.
Okay, what color was the hoodie then?
Ibenjani ke umbala?
Umbala wayo angisawukhumbuli kahle. Angifuni uqamba umbala wayo angisawukhumbuli kahle.
I cannot recall the color clearly. Yes.
Now, you testified that upon return from the hospital, you were interviewed by the police at the Kumalo household about the events that had just transpired, correct?
Usho kanjalo uma seniqhamuka khona esibhedlela nafika endlini amaphoyisa ke aseyaqala angibuza imibuzo
Yebo kunjalo.
mayelana nesigameko.
And were
It
you,
is so.
sorry, were you the only person that was interviewed, or were the people that were in the house at that time with you also interviewed?
Ngabe wena phela owabuzwa imibuzo amaphoyisa okanye nabo bonke abebekhona endlini babuzwa imibuzo amaphoyisa?
Angeke ngikhumbule lokho because ngathi mayengibuza lo iphoyisa after that kwafika lo mfundisi bengichaza ukuthi uyena ongise kamereni. So angazi wasala kwenzakalani.
I cannot explain that. Because after I was interviewed by this police officer, then came this clergyman or the reverend that arrived there, and he took me into the bedroom, and I couldn't therefore continue to be observant of what was happening with the rest of the people that were inside of the house.
Yes, what I'm trying to get is that we know for sure that the one person that did not come back was Mtokozi Sitwala, because he went and stayed at the hospital, correct?
Siyakwazi ukuthi umuntu ongazange wabuya uMthokozi Sithwala ngoba yena ke wasala khona lapha esibhedlela.
Oh yeah. Azangabuye masiphuma esibhedlela.
Yes. When we came back from the hospital, he didn't come with us.
And then you Zandile Kumalo, Kelly Kumalo, Makumalo, and Longwe Twala, did you return to the scene from hospital?
Wena uzandile Kumalo, Kelly Kumalo, Makumalo, no Longwe Twala. Niye na phindele khona lapha endlini la isigameko senzeke khona.
Okwalonga awulonga ngikhumbuli ngimbona, that is why ngingafuni ukuthi angikhumbuli ngimbona, because mangibuya mina ngabuya nomunye umama nje nganoma umakhilwane, so la abanye ba travela ngayo imoto le yasenzo.
I did not see Longwe. I wouldn't want to remark or to give my remark pertaining Longwe, because upon a return to the house I didn't see him. I came back with a lady. I should think that she may have been a neighbor there, but I had embarked in a vehicle, and the rest of the people, they were in a different mode of transport as well.
Okay, let's remove Longwe because you can't recall him being back.
Asemkhipha.
So, the point that I'm trying to get from you is this. When you were interviewed, were Zandile Kumalo, Kelly Kumalo, Makumalo also present in that room when you were interviewed by the police officer?
Ngenkathi ke wena ubuza imibuzo ngakulelo gumbi mhlawumbe okanye kuleyo ndawo o ingxenye leyo ndlu ngabe uZandile uKelly noMakumalo bebekhona khona lapho ngenkathi wena ubuza imibuzo amaphoyisa okanye iphoyisa?
Yebo, babekhona nodoko segcina amaphoyisa abanye ngoba nami le statement ngasenza ngimenge inyawo emile nalo.
Yes, they were there because even myself at the time that I was finishing the statement to the police, I was standing, because there were now numerous police officers that had already then came into the house.
So let me get this straight. So individually, you were interviewed by a separate police officer, Zandile is separate police officer, and the like with Makumalo and Kelly Kumalo at the same time.
Ake ngicacele kodwa la. Wena ke wabuza imibuzo phoyisa elithize, and then elinye iphoyisa labuza uZandi imibuzo. uMakumalo wabuzwa imibuzo elinye iphoyisa. Ilokho kusho?
Angisho kanjalo. Angisho nje ngithi angibonanga bona ba interview ubani mapha amaphoyisa exactly.
No, that is not what I am saying. Like I have said, that I did not witness them being interviewed by the police officers, or which police officers interviewed them.
And do you recall if that police officer who was interviewing you was taking notes for the purposes of recording that interview with you?
Uyakhumbula yini ukuthi ngoba lokukhuluma yena ke obeloko eloba nje phansi?
Yebo.
Yes, I remember that. It was being reduced into writing.
And I believe yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, you testified that at some stage, I'm not sure whether it was on the same day or some time later, but Chico Twala came to Malbatten and you all had to explain to him what had transpired on the 26th of October at the Kumalo household.
Uchilo lokho izolo uma uthuluba kubufakazi ukuthi uChico wafika khona lapha eMalbatten. Kwamele ke ukuthi manje nimxoxele ukuthi kwenzakalani khona lapha yana kwaMakhumalo nge-26.
I don't think that is entirely correct. The witness didn't say they had to explain what happened. He says he was only introduced as Senzo's friend, and Mr. Chico Twala then mentioned that she wants to take Ms. Kumalo out on a holiday.
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, you don't identify, that is, you identified accused number 2 for the first time here in court in your testimony. We are not talking about the previous time, we are only talking about these proceedings here.
Wamkhomba ke lo mangalelo wesibili khona la enkantolo. Asakhulumi ke ngenkathi uyingxenye yenqubelo yokuqala. Sisho khona manje nje.
Yes.
Wamkhomba khona la enkantolo.
Yebo ngimkhomba.
That is correct. I identified accused person number 2.
And from my understanding, the crux of your dog identification is that once you've seen a face, it's not easy to forget it, and also because of the beard, the height, and the hoodie, correct?
Okushoyo ukuthi mawuke wabona ubuso nokuthi ke impawu oyibonile nje ngamadevil lawo nobude bakhe lokho kwenza ke ukuthi kungabi lula ukuthi umkhohle ukwazile ukuthi umkhombe nje la enkantolo elokho kushilo.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Now, you have never previously identified accused number 2 at any ID parade or photographic lineup before, correct?
Umangalelo wesibili awukaze umkhombe nanoma ikuphi ngaphandle kwenkantolo nje lana mhlambe ke sithi bamile nje emgceni kuthiwa ke khomba ke azange umkhombe phela umangalelo wesibili umkhombe nje la enkantolo kuphela.
Yebo kunjalo because akaze vele ngibizwe kwi-ID parade ekhona vele.
That is indeed correct. Because I was never rather called to an identification parade where accused number 2 was a part of that lineup.
In fact, for my plans, I may even extend your statement to say that you've never also attended an ID parade where accused number 1 was present as well, correct?
No, ukuthi awuzange uye kwikhomba parade la umangalelwa wokuqala ebeyikhona. Asakhuluma ngomangalelo wesibili manje sikhuluma ngomangalelo wokuqala.
Yes.
Yes. Uthi yebo.
And accused number 2 was arrested in June 16, 2020. Did the police come and tell you that they've arrested suspects in this matter?
Mangalelo wesibili waboshwa nge-16 June 2020. Ngaba amaphoyisa eza ke ezobika ukuthi sekhona boshiwe okanye khona baboshiwe kuleli qala.
Ya ngiyakwazi lokuthi khona baboshwa ngakuzwa lokho yes.
Yes, I heard about that there are of those suspects that were apprehended.
Now, when did you first see photos or images of the second accused after his arrest in 2020?
Wabona nini ke izithombe zikamangalelo wesibili mawuqala ukuyibona izithombe zikamangalelo wesibili emva kokuthi yena aboshwe ngo-2020 wayibona nini izithombe zakhe?
Angazi ukukhuluma ngaziphi izithombe usho ziphi izithombe awuthi ngazibona.
I don't know which photographs are you referring to. Would you say that I had seen or which I saw? Which photographs in particular?
Let me say perhaps from mass media, internet, or social media.
We mass media, we internet, mhlawumbe kule inkundla zokuxhumana.
Ya ngangazibona ephepheni.
I once saw them in a newspaper.
And would you recall when was that? Just about a rough estimation, 2020, 2021?
Ngakhumbula kwaba nini mawubona lokho lezo ithombe ngo-2020 noma nini?
Ayi noma ngasakhumbula unyaka kodwa Senzo Meyiwa okwafika ekhaya ephethe iphepha nje la bantu laba ababoshiwe befake ama-mask nala ngathi ayindwangu nje wangibuza ukuthi ubani wabdula uSenzo.
No, I may not necessarily remember clearly the time or which year in particular, but I remember there was a stage where Senzo came having a piece of a paper that was depicting the pictures of the people or the suspects, and they were wearing some form of masks in that picture. It was detailing them as wearing masks.
And when the accused number 2 was arrested in 2020, and after having knowledge that there are people that are arrested and seeing the picture, like you're saying in the newspaper, did you then go to the police to say, I can now recognize accused number 2 as the first intruder that I saw in the house on the 26th of October 2014?
Useboshiwe manje ngo-2020. kanti ke sekukhona ke ukuthi ilokho njani zabo zikhona laphana ithombe zabo zikhona emaphepheni usuyakwazi lokho ukuthi ukoshiwe uye waya yini emaphoyiseni ukuthi manje sengingamkhomba lona umangalelwa wesibini nje ngomuntu owangena aqala laphana endlini
angikhumbuli bevela bengafakanga ama-mask emaphepheni mostly bebevela befaka ama-mask isanda kwenzeka isanda kuboshwa ngisho kanjalo bebefaka ama-mask.
I do not remember them appearing in the papers without masks. When they appeared in the papers after they were arrested, the masks were on, so they were wearing masks.
If I may ask you, did you subsequently, after the newspaper article that were shown by the deceased brother, did you then see further photos of the accused without masks on after the COVID pandemic?
Emva kokuthi ke ubhoti ka Mufi akubonise izithombe zabo labo balisa ephepheni bafaka ama masks ngabe kwaba nethuba yini lawo ke wabona izithombe zabo bengafakile ama mask emva kokuthi iCovid mhlambe sindlulile?
Ngikhumbula.
No, I do not remember.
Now, if I may refer you to a statement that you made, which is A2210, is it 216? 216. This is not clear. Malot, is a statement that was discovered to us. It was taken on the 5th of November 2020 at 1918 by, who took this, Mr. Nix? Okay, it was taken by Colonel Gininda. He was colonel by then, but I think now he's a brigadier. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, the document in front of you, do you know who Colonel Gininda is?
Colonel Gininda
now is?
Brigadier Gininda manje. Kodwa ngaleso sikhathi ke beku Colonel Gininda.
Yeah.
Yes, I know Brigadier Gininda.
And to recollect your memory, like I said, the statement is 5 November 2020 at 1918. It's here in Pretoria. And when this statement was made, did you and the person that made this statement speak the same language?
Should we know what to get obe ubumnikeza lesi statement? Ben khuluma ke ulimo olulodwa ngoba I statement sifanele ngaso nge5 is November 2020.
Ulimo olulodwa yini kanjani language?
Yes.
Sikhuluma isiZulu.
Yes.
Yeah, sikhuluma isiZulu.
Yes, we were conversant in Zulu.
How was the statement made? Where you as I see, it's Colonel Gininda's handwriting. So he was asking you questions and you narrated the answer back to him and he wrote it down, correct?
Ubekubuza imibuzo bese ke wena ke uyaphendula abhale phansi yena. Bekunjalo?
Ngiyacabanga because isayinwe mina ngiyacabanga impela ya.
I think it was like that because I'm the one that had signed the statement. It may have been like that.
Manje sifundeki isi handwriting yala.
I'll try to read it because I just want to read that only the second paragraph of thereof, but I just want to make sure that, like you say, having been satisfied with the document, you then signed it and you say you see your signature on the document, correct?
Emba uthi ke wanelise ilokho uqhubethe lesi statement was uyasign ukubonisa ukuthi wanelisekile.
Yeah, must sign mina kushuthi ngiyasenza ngayenza yes.
Then let me try to
if it was signed by myself, it means I'm the one that finished that statement.
If I may read it then to you at paragraph 2 thereof,
As per paragraph 2.
It says, the colonel asked me if I will be able to identify any of the suspects I saw when the offense took place in October 2014. I informed the colonel first. What? This incident took place a long time ago, and I'm not sure if I will be able to identify them again. I indicated to him that I am not sure, and in brackets it says 50-50. You see that?
Uyakubona lokho ke okubhalelana ukuthi uKenneth ke wase uyangibuza ukuthi uma kungenzeka ke ukuthi okanye ke wangibuza ukuthi ngakhona yini ukuthi ngibakhombe labantu kanye labasola uma kungenzeka ukuthi ngibabone abenzeke lobugebengu khona ke ngaleso sikhathi ngo-October 2014. Ngase ngiyamtshela ke uKenneth ukuthi lesi sigameko senzeke esikhathini esiningi esendlule. Angikho ke sesimeni sokuthi mhlambe ngakhona ukuthi ngiphinde ngibakhombe futhi. Ngase ke ngiyamtshela nokuthi anginaso isiqiniseko kuvelela ke u50-50 lapho ke kuma brackets yakubona.
Kumele no 50-50.
What does that 50-50 represent? Yes, I see the 50-50.
50-50.
I don't remember saying 50-50.
It is there, and you appended your signature to the document.
Sorry?
I beg yours?
I mean, it's written there. I didn't manufacture that. It's in the document, and you signed the document.
Ibhaliwe nje yona leyo nto leyo. Akuthi mina ke wabhala leyo document, kanti wena ke uye wayisayina leyo document.
All right, akulungile qhubeke because akana impendulo ukuthi kumele ngisho naye akawazi.
You can proceed because you don't have the answer as to what does that 50-50 represent. Okay. So you can proceed.
Yes, but the essence of the statement that I've just read to you is that in 2020, you informed Colonel Gininda that you perhaps may not be able to identify the suspects that you saw because the incident happened a long time ago, correct?
Ileyo nto ke engile kuyo lena ukuthi wamtshela ubaba uGininda lapha ukuthi angeke ukwazi ukukhomba ngoba ke lesi sigameko senzeke isikhathi esiningi esendlule. Yenzekele kudala kakhulu.
Ngicela ukulungisa lelo phutha angikaze ngithi ngikwazi. I'm not sure if ngisazokwazi ukubabona. Ngisho ngeke ngikwazi. Isinto sithi nje sona.
I didn't say
I'm
that
not sure
I cannot identify them. I just said that I am not sure
if ngisazokwazi.
If I will be able to. Not that I cannot.
Yes. Because basikudlula isikhathi eside mos.
Because there had been a long time that had passed after the incident transpired.
Okay, let me read that again, especially the part that says, and I read, I informed the colonel first. These incidents took place long time ago, and I am not sure if I will be able to identify them again.
Iloko kushoyo yes. Ukuthi lesi sigameko ngatshela uKenneth ukuthi lesi sigameko senzeka esikhathini esiningi esendlule kanye kudala. Ngoba lokho ke anginaso ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ngakwazi yini ukuthi ngibakhombe futhi. Yes.
Yeah, kunje kubusho nje.
It is indeed as you say.
Well, what does it mean? Explain it to me.
Oh, I'll show. Ngayixexisa kumina.
Advocate ngama ngifika la ube khona inkulumo ke wayikhuluma.
Advocate, I think there is something that you said.
Yes, sayikhumbula.
There's something that you said to the effect of fading.
No, sayikhumbula leyo.
Do you remember that you spoke something that has to do with
memory
fading?
Yes.
So reason ngibhala kanje because bengingazi noma ngisazokwazi ukubabona until ngize court because angaze ngiku-ID parade.
Now the reason why I finished the statement like that was because I was uncertain of the fact that I will be able to point them until I came to court and saw them.
Yes, but my understanding is that you say then you are 50-50, but you come to court today and yesterday, and you are adamant that accused number 2 is the person that you saw as intruder number 2 in the house.
Manje into engishoyo la ukuthi lana kwi-statement 50-50 ngamanye amazwi awunaso isiqiniseko esiphelele kodwa-ke uyafika la enkantolo izolo uyamkhomba nommangalelo wesibili uvele-ke unesiqiniseko sokuthi uyena-ke umsolwa wesibili wangena lapha endlini ilokho engisho.
Okokuqala nje ngingakusho since ngiza la ekhodi ngimbona wabuya lokho ngambona ukuthi uyena lo and ngisazomkhomba even ngaphela 20 years noma ngaphela cause ngiyambona mina.
This is one thing that I want to make it clear. Since I came to court and I saw him, I could recognize him. Even after 20 years, I can still point him out.
So masesibuyela kule statement. This statement angicabanga ukuthi sikhona la speaker khona sithi I will no angeke ngiyenze leyo nto.
Now, coming back to the statement, I do not think that there is part of the content of the statement that explain to the effect that I won't be able to point out.
Yes.
You see, all we have is your say-so. We have your ipsa dixit that you'll never forget a face, when in fact you've never even previously given any specific general features of the person, like I'm saying. You only gave the beard, the height, and the hoodie. So there's no standard to judge this identification of yours here in court today against a previous identification.
Yabana lokho kushoyo namhlanje nje ukuthi wena uthi make wabona ubuso ngeke usabukhohlwa. Kodwa ke awukho umgomo esingasebenzela phezukwawo wokuthi ngempela ukwazile yini ukukhomba ubuso uyibona ngeempawu. Usho ukuthi mhlawumbe khona izimpawu ezithize ezikhethile ezenza ke ukuthi uma sibheka indlela owakhomba ngakhona esikhathini esindlule nangendlela okhuluma ngakhona manje sibheke leyo migomo ukuthi ngempela ukhombe umuntu okuyena ayikho into enjalo.
Ayikuyiphutha lokho kusho advocate.
I think what you are saying is a mistake. It's an error.
Umuntu nje ngikade ichaze qala umbekwa kwambona ngaphambilini angeke ukhohlwe yena.
Now, like I have explained earlier, once you have seen a person before, it is not, you won't be able to forget that person.
I'll leave that point for argument. I think I've made my point. Now, let me go to this aspect now. A certain Miss Ntabise Mokete testified in this court.
Khona ke omunye wesimame nje oke weza la enkantolo ezothula ubufakazi bakhe uNtabise Mokete.
And she testified that she's Miss Mapiri, one of the Kumalos neighbors and friends of Makumalos. She's the sister to Mapiri, opposite
Wakusho ke lokho
the
ukuthi
Kumalo
yena
household.
ukuthi yena ke ungusisi kaMapiri. Lo Mapiri esikhuluma ngaye ungumngani futhi ungumakhelwane wabo Khumalo.
Now her testimony is that at the hospital when Senzo was taken there, she borrowed two of her cell phones to the people from the house so that they can make calls from her phone. I'm not sure for whatever reason why she borrowed them the phone, but she did.
Uthula ubufakazi bakhe la enkantolo wakusho lokho ukuthi wakhe bama cellphone wakhe o2 wanikeza ke labantu bakuloya muzi ukuthi mabafone basebenzisa lawo amafoni wakhe ukuthi mhlambe bebefonela abantu kanjani kodwa ke wabanikeza. Angiyabuza lokho.
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa
I hear that.
Are you one of the persons that was borrowed a cell phone by a lady at the hospital to make a call?
Ngabe omnye wabantu owabolekwa ifoni owesimame ngenkathini laphana esibhedlela ukuthi ufone?
Ngiyayithola vele ifoni angisazi nganginikwa ubani.
I did.
Angazi nganginikwa but ngayikhona ifoni ngayithola ngafona ngayo because eyambi ngisingesena airtime.
I did receive a phone call from a person. I cannot recall who that person was. Yes, indeed, I did receive a phone call. A phone, and my phone I was not in possession of. He didn't have
Airtime, yes.
airtime. Ubungayiphethe noma ubungena airtime.
Bingenatham bekhona.
Because
Yes.
my apology. Let me correct that. My cell phone did not have airtime. Not that I was not in possession of it, but I did receive a phone call from a person whom I cannot remember who the person was.
Kwalo maphira ngeke ngimkhombe makuthiwa ngihlangana naye angimazi.
Even that Mapiri, I won't be able to point her out, even if it means that there's an opportunity for me to meet her, because I don't know her.
Now, do you recall at the hospital on the 26th of November whether or not you called Noktula Hazel Shope to inform him about the unfortunate demise of Senzo Meyiwa?
Ukhumbula ufonela uNokuthula Hazel Shope nge-26 ka-October khona laphana esibhedlela. Umthulela ke okanye umnikeza lo mlayezo ke uthi uSenzo akasekho okanye isigameko esenza ukuthi mhlawumbe uSenzo ngabe esebakhona.
Angikhumbuli ngifonela uNokuthula. I think umuntu engamfonela uSifiso Meyiwa.
I don't remember phone calling Nokuthula.
Yena umuntu engimkhumbulayo engamfonela.
I do not recall phone calling Nokuthula. The person that I remember to have made a call to was Sfiso
Meyiwa
and my family members.
Nomuntu engangithanda naye wayesemlazi because wakwazi ukunyuka asuke ekhaya aye kaMeyiwa.
And that person that I was in a love relationship with, I also informed that person because he was able, to travel from Mlazi and to come to the site. But the very same night.
But you know who Hazel Noktula Shope is, correct?
Uyamazi or Hazel Noktula Shope?
Uyamazi.
Yes, I know Hazel Noktula Shope.
And who is Mlungisi Hope Shope?
Umlungisi Hope Shope, Gubanian.
Bengamazi ngalelo gama ngase ngathola ukuthi uba umuntu engimazi because ngimazi ngelinye igama bizwa ngala ayilili ngilithole nje lelo sengihamba ikhodi but ngiyamazi yena.
Yes, I know him even though I didn't know him by that name. There's a different name that I know him with, and I eventually found out that it is the person that I actually know, which I know of a different name. As we're attending court. I could always hear about that name, but I didn't know who that person was.
Okay, I want to refer you to a statement of Mr. Mlungisi. Sorry, I said Hope. It's Mlungisi Edward Shope.
Sikhuluma ngomlungisi Edward Shope la.
Statement sabasamo sakhe.
Asilenge phela.
And unfortunately, from our discovered document, we don't know the signing page when this statement was made and who took it. Perhaps if the state can assist us with the last page. It's A6 of My lord, unfortunately, it doesn't show. It doesn't show who took it and commissioned it, so I'm not sure how it actually.
What's the state's attitude regarding that?
Objected against the use of the statement before, my lord, especially in light of the fact that it doesn't appear as if it was commissioned.
Yes, Council.
My lord, perhaps if it can be admitted provisionally.
I can admit something which was never commissioned. It's like the second docket.
Ngayiphendulela
It's
kusona
indicated that they will call Mr. Thope. I think they should await that opportunity.
kanti nami ke ngayiphendulela ungaqhubeka nje usukuze ngayiphendulela ngibona inkinga.
No, it's fine.
I can reply to this one. I don't see any problem.
So we're going to call Mr. Shope.
My lord, I'll wait for that. Maybe others will use it differently.
Okay.
Let me see where I am, my lord. Now, Mr. Madala.
Are we already done with the
Statement.
statement?
Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi why singalokhu singayenzanga lento ekufanele senziwe yona if kwi statement esabhalwa umuntu nami fanele ngithole impendulo
I also want to know.
Jobusiletha kumina futhi sibhalwe ngami.
I also want to know why is it that this is a statement that wasn't commissioned, and the fact that it is brought to me, it is a statement that has to do with me as well. So I want to know why has it not been commissioned like any of the other statements that were commissioned.
And angaze ngifundelwe sona ngifuna ukufundela sona ngisazi ukuthi siphetheni.
And I also want this statement to be read back to me. I want to know what is contained in that statement.
Yes.
Well, in the eyes of the law, it's not a statement
Yabona la ke emehlweni umthetho akusona istatement
because it cannot be shown that it was commissioned.
ngoba ayikwazi ukubonisa ukuthi iya commission.
So it's
Sa commission.
inadmissible.
Futhi ke akusona ke istatement esamukelekile la enkantolo.
Ngiyavuma Nkosi yami. Kusho kona ukuthi vele into engekho kusona. Lithi izwa singakommissioniwe.
Kusho khona ukuthini?
Into engekho lela kusona.
Yeah, no, I agree, my lord. That means whatever it is in here, it doesn't exist. That is why it wasn't commissioned.
And mina ngizofuna nomuntu esabhalwa ngaphansi kwakhe azosichaza la ecourt. Ukuthi sabhalwa nini? Wayisithathe kanjani? Why isibhalwe ngo2019 ever since usenzo eshone 2014, 2015 besikuphi, 2016 besikuphi, 2017 besikuphi, 2018 besikuphi. Why sovela ngo2019?
I would also want answers from the person that actually reduced the statement into writing to give answers to the effect that why is the statement taken only in 2019? Where was the statement after the passing on of Senzo? Where was the statement in 2015? 2016, why was it not taken? 2017, 2018, why was it not taken? I want those answers.
If usibale ngaleyo ndlela ukuthi subufakazi benkantolo, kwafanele silethe ngawo 2014 osibe lapho ko 2015, hayi 2019. And ubani wayephethe licala ngo2019? Ufuna ukwazi.
If it is that important before this honorable court, why was it not taken in 2014, at least the latest 2015? And who is this particular person that had actually taken this statement? And I also want to know. I want to know.
We will find out in due course, Mr. Madala.
Says October local in this case.
If you need to come and answer, you'll be recalled again once this person has testified.
Yabona uma ke isidingo sikhona sokuthi wena uphinde ubize futhi uzothola ubufakazi bakho emva kokuthi ke lo muntu abizwe naye lokho kuzokwenzeka.
Okay, angakujabulela lokho.
I'll be very happy about that.
Now let's move on to the last aspect of what I want to touch with you quickly. And I'll start first by saying that the truth of what happened in that house on the 26th of October 2014 is known only by the following persons.
Now, iqiniso lo ukuthi kwenzakalani kulowo muzi nge-26 October 2014 yaziwa ke ilabantu abalandelayo.
It's yourself,
Wena
Kelly Khumalo,
Kelly Khumalo,
Zandile Khumalo,
Uzandile Khumalo,
Makhumalo,
uMakhumalo
and Mthokozi Sithwala.
noMthokozi Sithwala. Yabuzwa lo?
Ngiyakuzwa but ngicela ukukhulume ngami la. Mina ngilo leqiniso lisho yilo lelingisho la. Yilo
I hear what you are saying. The truth that you are talking about is the truth that I am presenting before this court. The one that I'm talking about right now, that's the truth.
And further, I will put to you that there were no intruders that entered that house on the 26th of October 2014 that
There's a
shot
look, okay?
and killed Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngifuna ukusho ke ukuthi akukho abangeneleli okanye ama-intruder angena laphayana endlini nge-26 ka-October 2014 bangena badubula uSenzo babulala uSenzo.
ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthini.
I hear
Mawukuthi
what you are saying.
unempendulo ukuthi ubani ngicela ungitshele manje ukuthi ubani
Now,
ngoba
if you-
ngena ngamuntu angithi usho kanjalo
Now, if
ngitshele ukuthi ubani.
that is what you are saying, then you've got the answer as to who actually did it. Because at this point, you are saying, or at this point in time, you are saying that there are no intruders that had access to the house. Now, tell me now,
Or else uhlawumpisele ungenani ungitshele ukuthi ubani so that ngizokuphendula.
at least you should tell me who it was so that I can then be able to answer you or respond.
Those are the propositions
to-
I'm putting to you. If you want any clarification, re-exam will come with my legal colleague, Mr. Baloyi.
Uma ngabe kukhona ke ingqoqiselo ofuna ukuba nayo, ubaba uBaloyi makazophinde futhi akubuza imibuzo kuyovelela lapho.
Because ayikho lento oyishoyo.
Because what you are
Amanga
saying-
la washoyo.
whatever you are saying, it doesn't exist. All that you are
Ngiyaxolisa.
saying, it's lies.
Ngiyaxolisa mangisho ngathi angihloniphi ukuthi anginaso isikhathi sokudlala mina. Ngeke ngivele ngisuke ngize la ngizoqamba amanga.
Look, I
Anginaso
apologize
isikhathi
if it sounds as though I am being disrespectful, but I don't have time to play.
And lokho kusho ngakusho because vele usesayidini lalabantu abadefendayo.
Now, whatever that you are saying, you are privy to saying it because you are on the side of the people that you are defending.
And ngingathanda ukuthi ungitshele ukuthi mangizoqamba amanga ngobani. Isiphi izathu ukuthi ngiqamba amanga. Afuna unginike izathu.
I would also wish to receive that information pertaining to the fact or to the allegations that I am lying, that you should substantiate that. And what would be the reason for me to lie?
Hey kumnandi mina because aniyazi impilo engiphilile ngenxa yale case.
It's actually good to you. It feels good to you because you don't know what I underwent because of this case.
Are you done?
Qedile.
Njoba ngikhuluma nje kusho khona sengiqedile.
Since I'm not saying anything, it means that I'm done.
You see, at the beginning, Mr. Madlala, with the utmost respect to you, I've told you I'll never disrespect you, and I don't expect you to disrespect me.
Ngiye
I'm
ngakutshela
doing
uMadlala.
my job as the defense
Uyakwenza
counsel.
ungidisrespect uma utangena ngamuntu endlini ngangikhona kwangena abantu. Usho ukuthini mawusho njalo?
That
Because mina
you
ngangikhona.
are.
Uyangidisrespect mawusho njalo.
You are
Disrespect
disrespecting.
engishoyo.
You are disrespecting me. You are disrespecting what I am saying.
Please.
Because I am telling you of what transpired.
You don't have to argue with counsel. Counsel is here to defend
argue
his
with you.
client. Just answer the questions you are being asked.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Ngiyakuzwa ndoda.
Understood, my lord. Ungaphikisani naye. Wena uphendula nje umbuzo. Akubuza umbuzo uphendule.
Ngiyaxolisa ukuthi sengikhathele into ukuthi kuthiwa ngena ngamuntu endlini. Yo, sengikhathele leyo nto. Ayikho lento yamanga.
I apologize. It's only that I'm now fed up. I'm tired of the fact that they are saying, or it is being said, that there is no one that intruded the house.
Now, Kaya Nglashe, one of the neighbors of the Kumalos, testified that as soon as they learned that there were alleged intruders in the Kumalo household, he and other community members went to the park where it was said the alleged intruders had run to, and they searched the park for about 12 minutes, and they found no suspicious persons in the park.
Ukhaya usho njalo emva ukuthi kube nalokho ukuthi kunabantu abangene endlini kaMakhumalo base ke bona ke yena ukhaya namanye amalungu omphakathi bayahamba ke bayobhekana nalabo bantu baya ngale ngase parking kodwa ke bathi mababuye mabafika khona ke azange bathole umuntu babuye bengatholanga umuntu khona kuleyo park.
Angeke ngangena kakhulu lapho kodwa masuyibheka nawo advocate leyo nto wena ungenza umonakalo la uphinde ube la awuyicabangisise leyo nto.
Now, I will not get or delve too much into that. You cannot be here and still cause some damage right there in the same vicinity. It is not possible. You can also think about it.
He testified that after searching for about plus minus 12 minutes, they returned directly to the Khumalo household.
Waseke uyafakaza ukuthi emva kokuthi baseshe mhlambe isikhathi esingenza 12 minutes baphindela futhi khona lapha kaKhumalo endlini kaKhumalo.
And as he entered the Khumalo household in the passageway near in the kitchen entrance near the passageway, he saw Senzo lying on his back in that position.
Uthi ke mase mabafika lapha kaKhumalo bengena ekitchen khona la kuphela khona ikitchen kale passage ubona nangu uSenzo ulele khona ubheke phezulu.
That they tried to make him sit down, and that's when he realized and others that he was injured, and therefore he then assisted the people that in the house, especially he remembers Mtokozi Sitwala, to go and load Senzo in the X6 BMW to take him to hospital.
Uthi ke base bayamsiza ke ukuthi makahlale ukhumbula uMthokozi Sitwala kuomunye wabantu bewafaka isandla khona lapha netheni kuthathwe ulokhunjane uSenzo bamthathe bamseka semotweni ngoba bese sebebona ukuthi ulimele uSenzo.
Ubani ukhaya ubani?
Uzikhaya
neighbor.
Okay.
Ngicela nje sihle kancane mekethi wabajaha abantu wayiphetheni ukhaya.
Manje can we just go back a bit? When he says that he chased after these people, what were they in possession of?
Ngathi umuntu ade eqhumisa isibhamu edubula la uphinde umjahe ubabephetheni ezandleni la.
What were they in possession of?
The person, Mr. Magala.
The person.
Let's not be a debate, please.
Okay.
The point that I'm trying to show to you is that in the time that the community members and Kaya Ngwashe went to look for and search for the suspects and come back in the 12 minutes, Senzo Meyiwa was still lying in the house without medical care or being taken to hospital.
Engikusho yilokho nje ngaleso sikhathi ukhaya Ngqashe nabanye ke bomphakathi bahamba bayobhekana nalo bantu bathathe 12 minutes bese bayabuya bengabatholanga kanjalo. Ngaleso sikhathi uSenzo besendlini elele phansi endlini engatholi unyango njengasendlini.
Usho ukuthini manje bengatholi usizo?
Now, what do you mean that he wasn't receiving any medical help?
His testimony is that, and I'm not going to answer the questions from you. This is the last time.
Manje,
because it's relevant.
Angeke ngize ngiphendule imibuzo eqhamuka kuzo okugcina ke manje lo.
Nama ngingikwazi ukuphendula ngestatement sakakhaya.
Even myself, I cannot reply you based on Kaya's statement. I will reply to you based on my version of events.
Now, were you there when Senzo was loaded into the X6?
Yes, I was there when he was loaded into the X6.
Now, what I'm putting to you in that regard is that during that 12 minutes, you, Kelly Khumalo, Makhumalo, and Tumelo Magala failed to call an ambulance or EMS for Senzo Meyiwa, who was lying prone in the kitchen.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke wena uMakhumalo, Kelly Khumalo, no lokhunjani. It was himself, Makhumalo, Kelly Khumalo, and And
Tumelo.
he's Tumelo.
Oh, yeah, Tumelo. So, Mthokozisi.
Nomthoko. Azange ke kukhonakala ukuthi kufonele iambulance ukuthi kuzosizwa lo Senzo ngaleso sikhathi.
Sazama ukuthatha uSenzo simfaka emotweni. Angi-understand kuma bethi azange athole usizo ukuthi kanjani. And ngingachaza futhi phambilini ukuthi njengoba sikhuluma nje nawo advocate akufani nomuntu osuke ethukile nomuntu osuke engaqhola lento eyenzakalile. State of mind isuke singafani nalesi sisuke njengoba ngila nje.
I don't know what does the advocate mean when he says that there wasn't any help that was given to Senzo, because it was not the circumstances under which we had to finish our help to Senzo were not as relaxed as one could be currently. You know, how one was doing under such circumstances, it's not as easy as the advocate is actually putting it. We tried to put him into the vehicle.
And your testimony at the beginning is that after the first shot, you ran into a bedroom and your ears were ringing and you were, for lack of better word, you were temporarily deafened, correct?
Manje ke usho kanjalo emva ukuthi isibhamu sichuma kokuqala kwase ke uyezwa ke emadlebeni khona lo kunjani ke lenkwelo yakhala nje ngapha ngasemadlebeni.
Yebo kunjalo.
Kanti ke amadlebe akho ke ase ayavaleka. That is correct. Ngokwesikhashana singathi temporarily deafened. Yes, it is so. It is so.
So you'd agree with me that you don't really know what transpired in the kitchen after you had left the kitchen to run to the bedroom, correct?
Akwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ekitchen emva ukuthi wena ke ubaleke uye ngase gumbini lokulala. Akwazi ukuthi waqhubeka kwenzakalani ngaleso sikhathi.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so, advocate.
And would you also confirm that you did not hear any subsequent gunshots going off as a result of your ears ringing?
Manje ke ngabe kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi azange usaphinda uzwa machuma isibhamu ngenxa ukuthi uzwe lo msindo ngasemadlebeni.
Yes, nokuthuka novalo.
Yes, additional to that is the fact that I was shocked. Yes.
Now, if you don't want to comment because it doesn't speak to you about you directly, but it's evidence that's been led and I must test it.
Uma ungakwazi ukuthi uyiphendula ke ungayiphenduli kodwa ke ubufakazi engizama ke ukuthi ngibeke la kuwena.
Now the same Kayangache that I've referred to, who is the son of the neighbors or of the Kumalos, testify in this court regarding what he heard and observed on the evening of the 26th of August 2014.
Ilokho ke ukhaya ngashe okwazi ukuthi akulethe lana enkantolo ukuthi yena uboneni ukhaya ngashe ungumakhelwane olokho nje
esikhuluma ngayo
ukuthi kwenzakaleni ke nge-26 ka October 2014.
Now his testimony is that he came back from home from a music festival around 7 p.m. at night.
Ubufakazi bakhe lokho ukuthi wafika ke endlini eqhamuka kwi-concert yomculo. Wafika endlini mhlawumbe ngabo 7 ebusuku.
That he went to his room in the house at the neighbors and started preparing for work because it was a Sunday, so he was going to work on a Monday.
Wase ungena ke egumbini lakhe ezilungiselela ke kanjalo ukuthi makaye emsebenzini bekuyisonto ngophela ke ubeyo ngena emsebenzini.
That at some stage he heard noise and sounds coming from the Kumalo household.
Uthi kukhona ke isikhathi la ezwe nje umsindo owawenzeka ke okanye imisindo ethize yayenzeka khona ngale ngakakhumana.
And that he then went to check from his window to look into the Kumalo household as to what was happening.
Waya ke lapha nefasteleni legumi lakhe ukuyobuka ke ukuthi kwenzakalani khona ngale ngakakhumana.
And as he is observing the Kumalo household, the kitchen side of the Kumalo household, on one of the small windows at the Kumalo household, he saw a gentleman or a person wearing a white t-shirt with his back against the window.
Uthi ke makabheka njalo wabona ke umuntu omile khona lapha efasteleni encane lendlu lena eka Khumalo ekitchen. Uthi ubona ke umuntu emile obegqoke eflathele usuthi begqoke iskipa esimhlophe eflathele ifront stair.
Then at some stage he heard sounds that felt like plates and cups breaking.
Njengoba lokho ke wasozwa ke imisindo efana nokuthi kuwa ama plate ke namakomitshi ke kanjalo.
And as he and his father went towards the passage in order to go outside to investigate as to what was happening.
Baba nesikhathi yena ke nobabakhe bahamba khona la passage bethi bezoya ngaphandle bazokwazi ukuthi bayobona ukuthi kwenzakalani.
He heard a gunshot
Wasezwa ke isibhamu siqhuma
emanating from the Khumalo household.
Lo mdumo wawuqhamuka khona lapho ngakhuma.
At that stage he saw a person that we now know that is Mtokozi Sitwala having had jumped into their yard.
Uthi ngaleso sikhathi ke wabona umlisa nje ejumpele ngapha okanye egqumele ngapha kwi-jet labo. Kanti ke ngaleso sikhathi ubengamazi owenze ukuthi obamanje amazi ukuthi maseka ethula ubufakazi bakho kwakuwumthokozi Sitwala.
Now what I'm putting to you is that in relation to that narrative by Kaya, going back to what irritates you, that there were no intruders in the Khumalo household that night.
Uyabona ke mayelana lokho okukhulunywa uKhaya ngisho akukho bantu abangena endlini okuya ngalesi statement sika Khaya ama intruders.
I don't know whether there is a correct inference to draw, and then put it as a fact to a witness.
Yeah, no, I just
Let's leave it now.
unless you
Advocate.
rephrase,
Advocate.
because the way you're putting it,
Yeah.
it's like Kaya is making the assertion,
Kaya is?
making that assertion which we're making.
But advocate, if umthogo ebalekele kamakhelwane,
Nonetheless, advocate,
If-
if Mtogo ran into the neighbor's yard,
angabalekela abantu ukuyibona njengecommanders abenze lento aphinda abuyile kulabo bantu. Ufuna ukuthola lapho.
now I need clarity on that fact, or on that point. He's fleeing from people initially, and he runs into the neighbor's yard. Then at a later stage, he goes back to the very people that he was fleeing from. I just need clarity.
Yini abayibalekela kanti?
In actual fact, what is it that he was fleeing from?
Mtogo has testified. You've said you don't speak about other people in your testimony. He's
Anto wena
testified for
uthe
himself.
awukhulumi ngabanye abantu ebufakazini bakho.
Yes.
Umthobo ke osethulile.
Wena bafaka advocate, nivalile akha wayibuyisa futhi.
You are the one that is bringing them into these proceedings. I closed that one
Now,
and then you
Please,
reopened
please,
it.
please, let's make progress,
Yes,
please.
you are, my lord. Now, tell me something. What was the real reason that you came to visit Senzo Meyiwa that day on the 25th, and you didn't arrive on the 25th, you came on the 26th?
Isizathu esakwenza ukuthi uzizovakashela uSenzo Meyiwa Ngay 26.
Saso ephathini.
We're going to go to the party. Eka?
Eka Mahamutsa, Roy Mahamutsa.
We're going to go to a party in Sunning Hill. That would be Roy Mahamutsa's party.
And also, did you come here to facilitate some lobola negotiations or things for Kelly and Senzo?
Okunye mhlambe weza nje uzoba mhlambe umkhongi endabeni zamalobola okanye ingxenye ke yeyingxoxo zamalobolo phakathi kwaSenzo noKelly Khumalo.
Hayi.
Kanjalo.
Into engekho leyo. Angikaze ngalobola lapha ifana ukuthi kulotsholwa kanjani.
It's nothing like that. I've never conducted the lobola.
Wayezongitshela uSenzo leyo nto ifuna ukwenza leyo nto.
Senzo would have told me if that would have been the purpose for me to come up to Joburg.
Kwakuzoba khona ne-family member futhi lapho ngizobe ngisuke ngedwa nje ngizolobola.
There would have been a family member. I wouldn't have been the only representative for that lobola.
Now, you've testified that when you were loading Senzo into the car to take him to hospital, you actually got into the car so that you can pull him into the car because he was heavy and his feet were still outside the car.
Uchilo lokho ke ukuthi uma nimfaka emotweni wangena nje emotweni wena ukuthi uzokwazi ukumdonsa ngoba ke imilenze yakhe lokuyilengela ngaphandle kwemoto.
Njalo kunjalo.
That is indeed so.
Now, Zandile Kumalo has testified about this aspect as follows: that in fact she's the one that got into the car through the front passenger seat got at the back and pulled Senzo into the car. What's your comment on that?
Uthini ngalokho ke ukuthi uZandile uthi yena ke wangena kulesi stop esingaphambili somgibeli ngamanje ngale ngaku left wangena emotweni ke wasiya emuva ekwazi ke ukuthi azobamba ulokho njani amdonse adonse uSenzo amfake emotweni uthi ngalokho ke wena
noma uthi wayengiliwe ngikabe namandla okumba umuntu efanele ngabe namandla okubamba indoda esinda kanjani ayitho wayengeke yedwa never
even if that could have been the truth from the statement of Zandile Kumalo, she would not have been able to can pull that person as heavy as Senzo. She wouldn't.
Now we are on the last aspects, which are very few. Do you know perhaps if Zandile Kumalo, Kelly Kumalo, Makumalo, Longwetwala attended the memorial service that was held for Senzo Meyiwa before his
uyakwazi lokho ukuthi mhlambe uZandile Kumalo, Kelly Kumalo, Longwetwala, uMakumalo bakwazi yini kuya khona lapha kuyilokho njani kwi memorial service eyayibanjwe yena lona uSenzo Kumalo sorry uSenzo Meyiwa sorry
anginalo ulwazi laleyo nto ngikaze ngibabone mina.
I do not have a knowledge of that. I didn't witness them doing so.
And do you know further if the same people, Zandile Kumalo, Kelly Kumalo, Makumalo, Longwetwala, had been to the Meyiwa family to go and, I don't think we've got the English word, specifically I don't know it, to Tibisa, I'm not sure what it's called, to go and to have their condolences with them, to explain to them what happened to their son.
Ngabe uyakwazi lokho ukuthi mhlambe uKelly Kumalo Kumalo uMakumalo noLongwetwala bahamba khona lapha baya kwa Meyiwa ukuyoduduza khona yini
Ay anginalo ulwazi ke olungakanani ngaleyo nto kodwa uKelly bekafike lapha kanokuthula hlale noma boma 7 days
uKelly
bekafika vakashela usisi kaSenzo umdala lapha ePhoenix ahlale noma boma 7 days lapha.
I do not have a full knowledge of that, but there were instances where Kelly would visit the elder sister to Senzo in Phoenix before the passing on of Senzo, and she would be there for about the likes of 7 days.
Now, when you loaded Senzo Meyiwa in the car, was he conscious at the time?
Uma nimfake emotweni ubesaphapheme ngabanye amazwi ke ubengadulekanga I cannot explain that part of the occurrence. What I remember is that he was heavy.
My lord, if I may take instructions, then I'm on my last. Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. No further questions for me.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Nisi.
I realize that we only left with 15 minutes towards the long break. I may suggest that we break for now and come back probably 15 minutes to 2.
Mr. Louis.
We have no objection.
Okay. Reassemble.
2 o'clock.
Petty spam, when I'm at the dogs, I figure like Tanya. Yes, I hear that as well, advocate.
Does that accord with what you've just told to this court?
Angazi mina bengikhuluma ngestatement sami angazi ke zabanye angazi ngizifunde.
Well, I was merely presenting the content of my statement before this honorable court. As far as other statement is concerned, I did not read their statement.
I'm not trying to refer you to your statement or their statement. All that I'm saying is your description that you gave to this court about the first intruder who had dreadlocks accords with the description that was given to this court by Mtokozi Sitwala and the description that Memadlala Ms. Kumalo, Ms. Kumalo would come and give this court.
Ngushoyo nje ukuthi wena ke incazelo ophane ngayo ngesithombe ke esimayelana nommangalelwa okanye umsolwa wokuqala lo obenama dreadlocks. Leyo ncazelo iyavumelana nobufakazi okanye incazelo emayelana ke nomfanekiso kalo umsolwa wokuqala. Ephanwe okanye ethulula enkantolo umthokozi Sithwala kanye ke nalokho kuzokhulunywa Khumalo, Gladness Khumalo. Ilokho engusho.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you. You said from the questioning of on behalf of first and the second accused, yeah, that the item that you saw in the possession of this first suspect, that's now the person with dreadlocks, was a firearm, and it looked to you then it was a firearm that had a wheel. That's so.
Usho njalo ke mayelana ke nomsolwa wokuqala ukuthi lo muntu ombone ephethe isibhamu ubephethe isibhamu esasibuke ngazuthi sine sontshwana nje.
Yebo. Ngiyakuzwa.
That is correct. Yes, I hear you.
Thank you. Now just be frank and honest with the court. Frank and honest with this court. Would that have been a revolver?
Akuthembakala nje la enkantolo. Ngabe mhlawumbe leso sibhamu bekuyi revolver.
Angiyazi revolver ukuthi isibhamu esinjani.
I don't know what type of firearm is a revolver.
I know, Mr. Madlala, that's a cut and dry answer. But really, don't you know what a revolver is? Haven't you seen a revolver?
Ngempela i-revolver uyazi.
Mhlawumbe ngomtshela ngesizulu isingisi leso sikhulumayo.
That is English. Perhaps you can tell that to me in Zulu.
In Zulu, it is called ivolovolo.
Ivolovolo. Yeah, yes, sir.
Haven't you heard
Yes,
of the word ivolovolo? Not to crash. I'm not talking crash. I'm talking ivolovolo.
Yes, I would hear that word ivolovolo.
Really, don't you know what a revolver looks like?
Ngempela wazi ukuthi ivolovolo ibuye kanjani okanye i-revolver.
Angikaze nje ngiyazi revolver ukuthi isibhamu esikanjani i-revolver.
I have never known it before. What type of a firearm is a revolver?
Thank you. But now this one, a distinctive feature of it looked like it had a wheel.
Kodwa ke lesi sibhamu sasibuya ngazuthi sinelo kunjani isonto lapho kulo.
Bese ngishilo ukuthi yes ngisibuka wami ngasibuka ngaphambili.
Yes.
Yes, I've already said that. Yes. And when I looked at it, I saw it from the front portion of it.
Thank you. Now, you gave a description of the second intruder, and you described him as the second intruder. You described him. Actually, I don't know whether it was a he or a she, but you described the second intruder as follows.
Manje uye waphana ngencazelo yalo umngeneli wesibili ukuthi ke umlisa noma wesifazane kodwa ke na indlela ke uyisebenzisile ukuthi wena uphana ngesithombe esimayelana-ke nomngeneli wesibili.
You said you described him in terms of his height.
Akwazi-ke ukubana ngincazelo mayelana-ke nobude bakhe.
You described him in terms of the beard that was trimmed around his lips and a little bit on his lower jaw. I mean, on his lower
Wamchaza-ke
lip.
ngaleyo ndlela-ke amadevu-ke ayahamba nje la emlonyeni ewatrimile kanti-ke namadetshana nje ayikhona khona la kule ndebe ngaphansi.
Yebo, but advocate ngimkhombile wathi awazi ukuthi she or he ngimkhombile mos advocate bukhona.
But advocate, I did point this person out. Why would you then say that you are not sure as to whether it is he or she? Right when you were present, I was able to point the person out.
No, look, I'm talking about a suspect as when you are seeing him at the scene, not what is transpiring here at court.
Angikhulumi ngalokho okwenzakala la ntatho. Ngikhuluma ngelokho njani ngomsolo lapha endaweni esigameko.
Okay.
All right.
So those are all the features through which you're saying you were able to identify him.
Izona impawu-ke othi ukwazile ukuthi ungamkhomba ngazo.
Yes, besides impawu ngiyambona nje. Ngingachaza futhi lokho.
And besides those features, I could see him. I saw him before when he was in front of me.
Thank you. Now let us stretch this a bit. You know the trimming around, just before I go on, I see there's a trimming around your beard there. Would the trimming have been what you having there on you?
Singakayi kudeke ngoba sizoyilula nje lento. Ngiyabona ukuthi nawe-ke utrimile nje lapho. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Now, you would agree with me that the trimming is not a permanent feature. The little bit on the on the lower lip is also not a permanent feature.
Ungavumelana nami ukuthi ukuthima kanjalo akushona into-ke okanye uphawu uzohlala lukhona nje lingeke lisuke.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Nalezi zinto ley'nganyana nje ngaphansi kwalo mbhede.
Yebo
Yes, it is
kuyiqiniso.
indeed so.
Now, let's assume, because you've just said those are some of the qualities that enabled you to identify the person that you say you saw as a second intruder. Assume those descriptive features are taken away. Would you still be in a position to identify him?
Ake sithi-ke lezo mpawu siyayisusa. Ngoba usushilo-ke ukwazile ukumbona ngalezo mpawu. Ake sithi siyayisusa-ke lezo mpawu. Ungakhona-ke ukuthi uloku umkhomba ukuthi uye lo.
Ngisho ngakunda imbungculi chiscope ngisangamkhomba.
Even if he could be shaking off his head or what we call the cheese scope, I can still point him out.
Thank you. Now, this incident happened in 2014, not so?
Les gameko senzeke ngo-2014 akunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is so.
To be precise, 26 October 2014.
26 October 2014.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, again, when for the first time after 2014, did you see the person who you think could have been the person that you saw on the 26th of October 2014 being the second intruder?
Manje-ke wambona nini emva kwesigameko sange-26 October 2014? Emva kwaleso sigameko sange-26 waphinde wambona nini ukuthi yilo mlisa lo ngicabanga ukuthi uyena loyana-ke okwakumngeneli wesibili ngalolo suku.
Ngambona ngosuku lokuqala ngizotestify la ecourt.
I saw him on the first day that I came to testify here in court again.
Do you still remember when was it?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi kwakunini?
Noma ngakhumbula usuku ukuthi wakunini, but ngambona uqala ukumbona ngambona la ecourt.
Even though I cannot remember the day, the exact date as to when was that, but the very first time, or the first time that I saw him after that incident was right here in court.
You know, I would be assisting you if I knew the date and the year. Unfortunately, I don't know it.
Bengakusiza khona lapho uma ngabe bengazi date mhlawumbe nonyaka bengakusiza kodwa ngeshwa leyo mniningwane anginayo.
Yes. Siyafana noma nginayo.
Yes, even myself I don't have those details.
Now, on the basis of what you've just said, that you can't remember the date and probably the year, would you then agree with me that with the lapse of time, memory fades away?
Yabona ke ngenxa ukuthi awusakhumbuli ke imininingwane leyo ungavumelana nami ke ukuthi emva kwesikhathi ukukhumbula komuntu kuyasuleka engqondweni yakhe.
Ngeke ngakuchaza lokho ekuqaleni ngikuvumi lokho ezinye izinto ungayikhohlwa ezinye izinto awuzikhohlwa.
I won't agree with you. I won't really agree with you because certain things you can forget, but other things you can't forget them.
Mr. Madlala, don't be on the defensive. Is it not a natural thing that with the lapse of time, memory fades away?
Ungazami ukuyivikela. Akuyona ke into ejwayelekile nje ukuthi emva kwesikhathi esithize khona into eyithize oyikhohlwayo.
Yes, isikhona into ethizo oyikhohlwa ngiyakuvuma lokho. Kodwa le incident angimkhohlwa yena.
Yes, I agree with you that there are certain things that one can forget. But pertinent to this incident, that one I cannot forget.
Thank you. Let us try to revive our memories of when did you testify for the first time after this incident having taken place in 2014. Could that have been in 2020, this year, 2023?
When what was happening?
When he testified for the first time here at court after the incident. As his testimony.
Mawuzo thula ubufakazi bakho khona la enkantolo singasho ukuthi uweza khona kulonyaka 2023 isigaba esenzeke ngo2014 wena weza la enkantolo kokuqala ukuzothula bakho ubufakazi singasho yini ukuthi kulonyaka 2023
yes angiphindela futhi
where isigaba esenzeke nge2014
yes
ke wena ke wase uza la enkantolo uzothula ubufakazi bakho
yes
ngabe ke mawuza okokuqala uzothula ubufakazi bakhe enkantolo beku kulonyaka lo 2023 no it wasn't 2023
more or less when was that
bengaba nini
sikhulumile le nto ukuthi noma ngingasekho sure but kwakusuku lami lokuqala ngifikile la ecourt
we did speak about that so that even though I cannot remember the date but it was my first day coming here at court.
Thank you. My Lord, I'm not so sure if the state can assist us with the first day on which you came to testify, because I don't want to keep on repeating the same thing when the state can actually come to our rescue in this point.
What does it change? Because he can't remember the date, but what he can remember is the factual fact, if I must be tautologist, that it was the first time he came to testify in this court.
Yes, my Lord.
That's what he says.
I don't dispute that, but I'm slowly but surely trying to drive to a certain point. Now, I don't want to put the cart before the horses, my Lord.
You must tell him the date, because he can remember.
Which is the reason why I'm asking from the court, my Lord, whether will it be a train smash if I really request the state to assist us with that date.
Mr. Malloy,
we're quickly checking that. It did appear it was September of 2022.
Thank you, madam. My colleague has just come to my and your rescue about the date. That is September 2022.
To September 2022.
That is September 2022.
September 2022. All right.
Now, would you also agree with me that it is a natural phenomenon that when years go by, a person loses certain traits in terms of their identification and characters.
Ungasho mhlawumbe ngokwemvelo kuyinjwayelo ke ukuthi emva kwesikhathi esithize umuntu ke alahlekelwe yindlela akwazi ukukhumbula noma ukubona izinto ngakhona okanye imikhuba akwaziyo ke ukubona izinto ngayo emva kwesikhathi lokho kuyashintsha uyavuma lokho
angeke ngakuvuma angeke ngakuphika futhi lokho
I would not concur neither will I dispute that as well.
Let me put it this way. Actually, this is what I meant to say. That as a person is growing, or as the years go by,
umuntu ke ma ekhula noma kudlula iminyaka
it is a natural phenomenon that how they look 10 years ago will not be exactly the same on how they look after 10 years.
Imvelo isifundisa leyo nto leyo kanye isibonisa leyo nto leyo ukuthi umuntu ke uma ngabe ke esekhula ake sithi ukhula ngeminyaka ewu10 emva kweminyaka ewu10 akasafani nalenkathi engakabi naleyo minyaka eyongezwe ngeminyaka ewu10
as it is a court.
I don't know whether such a general statement is correct to put to witness to comment. We think it can best be left for argument, but if counsel can perhaps indicate what the basis of his proposition is so that this witness can be able to testify, but absent that, my lord, we submit that is too general a statement for this witness to comment on.
Please, the court, my lord. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the question. What I'm trying to siphon from this witness is, it's not a natural thing that when a person is growing old, he basically will change. By Ashwaba, it's like a person changes from who they are. From 10 years ago, angazi ngesilungu ibeke kanjani manje.
Ngaleyo ndlela ke ukuthi emva kweminyaka ewu10 akasafanani ngendlela abukeka ngakhona emva kweminyaka ewu10 phambi kokuthi kundlule iminyaka ewu10 futhi umuntu ke njengoba esho ke futhi ke mhlambe kube nama wrinkles khona la ebusweni enjalo.
Now I'm not specifically referring to what we have pointed to this court. It's just a natural thing. Does that not happen naturally?
Into eza ngokwemvelo into ejwayelekile.
Ya ngiyakuvumela lapho but usamncane lo akayikho into engashintsha mhlawumbe usenenyamele usamncane. Usamncane and that time
I agree with you.
That time benganawo nanomzimba manje sengiyabona ngathi that time ubusamncanyanyana futhi yes.
Thank you.
But akushintshi buso.
I agree with you. He's still very young. Not to such an extent that he would be having hanging or baggy skins on his face or baggy skin on his face. Yes, I would want to perhaps concede to the fact that back then he was a little slimmer in terms of his physique, but right now he's gained a bit of weight, but nothing much has changed about him. On that very note, I agree with you. I don't dispute it.
You just mentioned in the same line, in the same sentence in your answer, that there's a change that is happening in this accused person, in accused number 2. Then he was slim, now he's a bit chubby. Is that not a change?
Thank you.
I do not dispute that. As I've already indicated that I agree or I concur with you.
Thank you, sir. As it is the court, my lord. I think I've opened my notes on a very wrong page. Where are my spectacles? Oh. Thank you. You had told this court that you had come from Durban to Gauteng and you had an injury on your toe.
Watsha linkaNtulunkulu waqhamuka eDurban uze la eGoli kanti ulimele kulo boss.
100% right.
You are 100% correct.
Now, were you using two crutches or you used only one crutch?
Ubusebenzisa icrash elilodwa noma amacrash amabili?
Engasebenzisa omabili.
Both of the crutches were used by myself.
Thank you. Did you perhaps have a, now that's that weight, a plaster of Paris or a castor plaster? I see you laughing. I think you had it somewhere.
Bunawo cement?
Yeah, bukhona la emnweni lo omkhulu onyawo. Then right around bekubanjwe la ukuthi kunganyakazi lo jikela unyawo kanje ujikeleza bubambe unyawo ukuthi kunganyakazi la. Yes.
Yeah, I had that plaster on that big toe,
Okay.
as well as the rest of the foot was to immobilize that very part of the foot so that the big toe should not be affected by movements.
Thank you. No, I hear you well. I hear you well.
Kuzwa kahle, kuzwa kahle.
Now let us try to revisit the scene in the house.
I guess buyele laphana ke endlini. I guess buyele endlini.
Now, according to your version, is that as the skirmishness, the wrangling in the house happened, you basically were fighting. I mean, when I say you, I mean personally yourself. You basically fought against the second intruder.
Ukusho kanjalo khona lapha endlini uye walwisa lona umngenele wesibili. Sengikhuluma ngawe.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, it is so.
And Senzo as well, as the wrangling was happening in the kitchen, he also was holding the hand of the second intruder.
Kanti ke uSenzo ubebambeke isandla salomngenele wesibili.
Yebo
Manje
kunjani?
kwenzeka leyo nto.
Yebo kunjani?
That is so.
And it is your testimony that it could have been by mistake that Zandi told this court that you picked up a crutch and hit the person that you attempted to hit with those crutches. In fact, you never used the crutches, you only used the clenched fist.
Uthi ke kwaba yiphutha ukuthi uZanda athi wena wathatha leyo crash washaya lo muntu. Kahle kahle ke azange uyisebenzise leyo crash wavela wamshaya nje ngesibhakela.
Yes, ngasebenzisa isibhakela aze ngisebenzisa icrutch.
Yes, I never used a crutch. I used the clenched fist.
So I assume that it didn't come to your mind that you should pick up the crutch and use it as a traditional weapon.
Azange kufikele lokho ke ukuthi uthathe le crash umshaya ngayo ngenjwayelo okanye ngendlela ke esijwayele ukwenza ngakhona ukuthi uyisebenzise njengesikhali.
Akungifikelanga.
It didn't cross my mind.
Thank you, sir. Now, at that moment when you and Senzo were fighting the second intruder, could you realize what was happening to the first intruder, the gentleman who had a firearm, or the person, let's not call them gentlemen, the person who had a firearm?
Ngenkathi ke wena noSenzo niphenzi kwalo ummangalelo wesibini okanye lo umngeneleli lo muntu owesibini owangenelela lapho singathi umlisi lo umngeneleli wabona ukuthi kwakwenzakalani ngalo owokuqala ngaleso sikhathi.
Angibonanga because babe ngala esayidini la mina ngangila sibhekene nalo. So ngangizwa nje umsindo wezinto angibonanga.
No, I couldn't observe what was happening. They were just on my side, adjacent to me, behind me. And mine was to focus on this commotion that was in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Let me borrow from the process that is normally used by my colleagues to indicate exactly the points on the pictures where you were in everything. See, you can't beam us the kitchen. Can be there now. As it is the court matter, I'm just requesting my colleagues to bring us the inside of the kitchen. I don't know what, yeah, exactly. I think photo number 15 will do. Are you able to enlarge it? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, it's common cause, it can't be disputed that this is where a lot of the wrangling take place. Thank you.
Yes.
That is correct.
Now, in relation to the situation in the kitchen, can you please indicate where was the second intruder standing as you and Senzo were busy fighting him? Okay.
Just right there.
Yeah.
There's a point between the door as well as the cabinet that was pointed by the witness.
Thank you.
With the light, yeah.
Then, immediately, where was he facing? Was he facing towards the door or he had his back against the door?
He was facing inside. In other words, he had his back against the door.
Now, am I correct to understand it that Senzo was facing him? In other words, they were looking at each other face to face.
Yes, that is correct.
And when you hit him with the clenched fist, I don't want to assume, where were you? Were you on the side? Were you behind Senzo when you hit him?
Bengiseceleni kwasani Senzo bemlaye lo muntu bemla
Yes.
Senzo ayabambana naye phambi kwami mina bengimla eceleni.
Okay.
I was just alongside Senzo. That is where the person was
Eduze
standing
nje no yes.
against the door.
Yes.
And then in front of him was Senzo.
Yes.
Just next to Senzo, on the right-hand side of Senzo,
Yes.
it was myself.
Thank you. Now, I asked you a question to indicate as to where was the the first intruder, the Rastafarian, the person who had dreadlocked. In relation to the kitchen, yes.
Asikho esinye isithombe esivela kakhulu but bebe Samuel bona la.
Okay.
Samuela.
Isn't there another picture perhaps that has got white?
Bebe Samuela emva yes.
There was somewhere there. The bottom of that picture, right at the bottom of that picture, at the center bottom,
Yes.
it's just been pointed out.
Because ikhishi lakhona lincane.
Yeah.
It's a small,
Yes.
confining space, that kitchen.
So would I then be correct to understand you to say that the first intruder with dreadlocks was a bit behind you as you were fighting the second intruder with Senzo?
Shuthi wena no Senzo bandlusa lona wesibili lo wokuqala wama dreadlocks ube ngasemvanyana kwa.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
And to be honest with you, unless you're going to tell this court that you had eyes that could see at the back as well, you could really not tell what was happening at your back.
Ubungeke usho ukuthi kwenzakala ngasemuva. Ngaphandle kokuthi mhlambe ke wena ubona amehlo nje ngasemhlanje. Kodwa ubungeke uwazi ukuthi kwenzakala ngasemuva.
Yebo ngengikwazi ukusho because kune movement so ngengikwazi ukusho but babe la emva kwami nje.
Yes, I cannot tell what was happening. Even though there were some movements, I cannot really tell what was happening.
Thank you, sir. Now, how long have you known Senzo up until the 26th of October 2014?
Ubusumazi isikhathi singakanani ke ukufika kuleyo date yange 26 October 2014?
I see this guy noma ngisiside kakhulu.
It was a very long time.
Because even umthoko simaze kamuva sino Senzo. Even Senzo maze kamuva yes.
It was a very long time that I've known Senzo. Even Umthoko, we only knew him later on, myself and Senzo.
Thank you. Let us try to give an estimate. Could have been more than 20 years?
20 years in Mhlawumbe?
Yes,
More than 20 years, yes.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to request you to listen very carefully to the following.
Manje ulaleleke ulalelisise lokho engizokukhuluma.
The court, this court,
Uyayibona le nkantolo esikuyo manje.
has heard testimony from two people who were in the house that day, specifically Thokozisi and Zandile.
Inkantolo ebuzile ubufakazi babantu ababili abebekhona laphana endlini. Kakhulukazi ke sesikhuluma ngaye lona ke uMthokozisi noZandile Khumalo.
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa.
I hear that.
Now, both of them had told the court that the wrangle in the kitchen between Senzo, the wrangle in the kitchen was between Senzo and the person who had dreadlocks.
Both labo bantu bathi ukubambana lokho okwakwenzeka ngasekitchen phakathi koSenzo nomunye ke wabangeneleli lo mngeneleli leyo intruder beku intruder yokuqala futhi lo obena ma dreadlocks.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, ngiyezwa.
Yes, I hear that.
So would you still say that according to your observation, the tussle was between Senzo and the second intruder?
Usahleli khona lapho bekunyawo phansi ukuthi uSenzo wabambana no wesibili umngeneleli wesibili usabe unyawo phansi lapho.
Yeah, ngabavumela kulokho. Ngabakuvumela ukubalwa nalowo babambisana nalowo okuqala because wena umuntu okuqala wavelela la eminyango.
I would agree with that there was some tussling that took place between Senzo and the first intruder, because he is, by the way, the first person to have appeared in the house in that particular spot.
Yes.
There I would agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Let me further explain it so that we are not in doubt with what I'm trying to say. They say the wrangle was between Senzo and the person who had a firearm, who had dreadlocks, up until the first shot went off.
Basho njalo ke bathi uSenzo wabambana nalona obephethe isibhamu obenama dreadlocks ufikela leso sikhathi ke kuxhuma isibhamu basho njalo about uthini ke ngalokho
Ngizokuchaza ke lokho.
I will explain that.
Yabona umuntu mezoma lapha ngomnyango wakongenela edining.
So if a person comes and stands at the door that leads into the dining room or perhaps the lounge,
Angeke ujampele kulo wesibili ongakabonakala because mawula edining angeke ujampele kulo wesibili.
because if you are inside of the dining room, you are not going to be storming now to the second person that is not visible to your side.
Yes.
Kwamele aqale ngaye lo ukuthi kwaenda pha kanjani esebamba lo wesibili bephushelana kuze kufika ngasesicabheni angazi kwakwenzela kanjani konke lokho.
The initial tussle was with the first one.
Yes.
As to how he eventually got to have a tussle with the second person, I don't know how it happened. And then pinned him against the door there. I don't know how it came about.
And okunye makuqhuma isibhamu siqhume sesilano Senzo ngasemnyango.
when the firearm went off,
Yes.
myself and Senzo were by the door side.
Yes. Thank you. Let us park that one for just a second,
Ake siyibeke nje leyo kancane.
because I quickly want to attend to this other one as well.
Ngifuna ukungena kulena futhi.
You have said you have known Senzo for 20 years. Am I correct, therefore, to assume that having known Senzo for 20 years, there's no way in which you would have mistaken him for somebody else in the house?
Umaze 20 years uSenzo. Ngoba umaze isikhathi esingako, ubungeke wenza iphutha ukuthi uSenzo lo la endlini. Mhlambe ke kube ukuthi umfanisa nomunye umuntu lapha endlini. Okanye uyamshintsha umenza omunye umuntu khona lapha endlini.
Hayi, ayikho leyo nto ebengeke yenzeke leyo.
No, there's nothing like that. It wouldn't have happened.
Thank you.
Such a thing would not have happened.
So if Senzo was embroiled in a tussle with either the first intruder or the second intruder, you would have been able to identify or to see that Senzo is now embroiled in a tussle with this particular intruder, not so.
Mangabe lona uSenzo bebambene nomngeneleli wokuqala lo wesibini ubuzokwazi ukubona lokho ukuthi nanguke uSenzo ubambene nalo wokuqala okanye ubambene nalo wesibini lokho buzokubona kanjalo
Kahle kakhulu.
clearly so.
Thank you. You were saying something about the entrance into the dining room and everything. Maybe just to get your explanation, to get a clearer picture of what you're trying to explain, may I request that probably the sketch plan be beamed?
Khona ukuthiza ukukhuluma ngakho lapho dining room inyango.
Yeah, akakusho advocate angathi khona because manje ngazi ukuthi akakusho nge straight kimi ukuthi uthe.
I
That
must
is,
do
that
now.
is what you could have said. Perhaps you
Okay.
can say that, advocate, that this is what I said.
Mr. Madlala,
Yes, advocate.
I don't want to say things that you could have said because I might not say them the way in which you said them. I want you to say them yourself. Do you understand?
Uyabuzwa lokho. Angifuni ukukhuluma izinto
Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you.
ubungazi wena uzishilo. Ngifuna wena uyikhulumele. Hayi ukuthi mina ngithi ubuzo ukuthi
Thank you.
wena uyikhulumele. I understand.
Now, can you please come again with that explanation that when the person is standing there, you could not have done this, you should have done that, and all those things?
I beg yours?
I'm saying, may he kindly again come with that explanation of his, where he said a person from the dining room could have done this, or this might not have happened, you know, all those things. Those things that I don't want to repeat on his behalf.
Okay, khona izinto engikwazi ukuthi ngiyikhulume ngendlela okhulume ngakhona kodwa ke khona ukushilo nje ukuthi umuntu e-dining room lokhuyana bekungenzeka lokhuyana bekungeke kuyenzeke lezo zinto ezinjalo ke angikwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ngingakhulumela.
Uyangilahla advocate. Just go straight to the point ukuthi uthi.
You're confusing.
Uyangiconfuse man.
You're confusing.
Because bengibuza omunye umuntu.
Go straight to the point. Just go straight to the point because there's another person that I was asking that.
There's another person who does what?
Ukuthi ububuzo
Lokho ukuthi bengikusho bengingakusho kuwena.
whatever that you say that I was saying, I wasn't saying it to you.
So when an advocate issue straight okusho kimi ukuthi uthe la nala nala then sikhulume phezulu kwaleyo.
Just say the exact words that I spoke. Refer to what I had said. That this is what I had said. This and that.
You say you want me to go straight to the point.
Yes, advocate, please.
Yebo, advocate. Ngiyacela.
Thank you. Mr. Madlala,
Yes.
I normally hear people saying, well, I don't know how far true is it, that there is no rush in South Africa. Rush is in Russia where they rush. So I don't know if that is applicable here. I don't want to rush you. As it please the court, my lord. I've said to you, there's a point that I would want us to park. I'll immediately come back to it. I'm back to that point.
khona uyakhumbula khona lephuzu nje ake silibeka kancane sophinde sibuyele kulo.
Yes, ngiyakhumbula.
Sesiyabuyela kulo ke manje.
Yes, that is what I want you to explain. There is something that you wanted to explain about the movement from the dining room into the kitchen and all those things. Can you please re-explain that?
Khona into
Repeat
No,
that.
let me start with the witness. The witness is correct. Put it to him that this is what he said when he was being cross-examined by Mr. Recollection, for instance. Now you're saying to him, there's something that you said that you went to the dining room or this or that or that. It can't be a question. Put it as he uttered it.
As it please the court, my lord. Let me try to paraphrase you.
Awuthi ngeke ngizame kuyifinqa le.
You said, as the tussle was happening from the dining room into the kitchen, Senzo was in commotion or was fighting the gentleman with the person with the firearm, not so.
Ukusuka kanjalo ukuthi ukusuka edining room kuya ngale ngase kitchen uSenzo ulwisana nalomlisa obephethe isibhamu.
Yes, uqala kwakhe nje ukusukuma uqale kulo. And engayedwa bekhona no Kelly no Zani.
The first time that he stood up, he accosted this particular person. He was not alone.
Yes,
He was with Kelly, Nozandi, and Zandi Kumar.
Yes.
thank you. Am I correct, Mr. Matlala, in saying that in your evidence, or I can't remember whether it was in evidence in chief or when you were being cross-examined, you said at the commencement of the tussle from the dining room, you actually were not a participant, you were seated down.
Usho kanjalo uma lokubamba nokuqala khona laphana edining room wena ubuyihlele phansi elokho kushilo.
Not exactly ukuthi bengihleli phansi.
Yeah.
Yena umuntu uqhamuke ngihleli phansi. After sekusukuma abantu benami emva kwaloko ngisukumile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not exactly. When the person appeared,
Yes.
I was still seated. And the people then stood up, and they were the very first people to stand up and accost that particular person. And then I also stood up.
Thank you. But am I then correct if I understood you to mean that you got into the fray after approximately everybody was involved or got involved in the fray?
Shuthi wena uye kamuva emva kokuthi laba abanye bonke baye khona lapho ke bayolwisana nalomuntu.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, according to you, Senzo accosted the person with the firearm and pushed him into the kitchen,
So njalo ke ukuya
being
ngawe.
assisted by all those who were in the house.
uSenzo wambamba ke lona ke okanye waya kulona obephethe isibhamu emphusha ke kanjalo esizwa ke amanye amalunga bekhona ngalapha endlini.
Yes.
Yes,
uqinisile.
that is true.
But then subsequent thereto, Senzo is now fighting the second intruder. And you also get into the fray of fighting against the second intruder by assisting Senzo to hit the second intruder with the clenched fist.
Emva kwalokho napho uSenzo uselwisa lona wesibili. Nawe uba ingxenye yokubamba nabaSenzo nalo wesibili.
Yes, intention yami kwakuphuma.
Yes.
And advocate angeke ngichaze yonke into ebeyenzakala each and every step because ngingachaza before.
Yes, my intention was to exit and further advocate. I cannot explain every little detail of what was transpiring in there.
Yes.
Because nginezathu zami advocate. Makwenzeka into kanje mawuthola usesimene sikanje. Ngeke ngachaza before ukuthi kulula komunye umuntu ukuthi athi hayibo kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi enye into ngalinganisela ngani.
Yes.
Ukutholile eziyale imoto ziyale kodwa uyithola ukuthi isigini lapha ngalawana ukuthi ibheke kanjani ngala. So ezinye izinto awuzazi zenzeka kanjani because wezenzeka fast. Yabo. And isimi ngikusona ngaleso sikhathi. Funa usunderstand now.
Because I had my own reasons. There are times when things are happening, and another person who was not a part of that predicament that you find yourself under would ask you questions. They would, ask you, how did this happen? How did that happen?
Yes.
Let me give you an example. For example, you are driving in this lane.
Yes.
All the cars are moving into that direction. All of a sudden, your vehicle is now turning and perhaps skidding around in the road and facing a different direction within the same lane. Now you ask yourself, how are you going to deal with that particular situation?
Thank you. I want to be very sincere and honest with you.
Yes.
That actually does happen.
Ngifuna ukusho
In
lokho
human nature,
kuyenzeka.
it does happen.
Kuyenzeka lokho.
Yebo.
Yes, thank you very much.
You probably had read my mind, because I would have asked you, how did you then Senzo let go of the first intruder and went into the second intruder?
Yabona kungakwenzeka ukuthi uye wangifunda umthondo. Ngoba ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ukubuza ukuthi uSenzo wayekela lo wokuqala nini okanye kanjani wangena kulo wesibili.
Mhlambe sicabanga ukufanele ngakho sibancane kanje.
Maybe we're thinking alike, and that is
Me
why
and you.
maybe we're thinking alike, and that is why the both of us are slimmer like that.
Aye.
Ngiyabuzwa
Proceed.
yeah,
No, I
ungaqhubeka.
hear you, advocate.
Oh,
You can
okay.
proceed. You
Yeah.
can proceed.
But you know the gist of the testimony that we got from Zandile and Mtokozo Sitwala is that from the dining room where you were seated up until the kitchen where finally the shot was heard, Senzo has at all material times been in tussle with the firearm person, although along the road or on their way to the kitchen. But tutulana lo wesibili.
Now, uthi ulokho njalo ngayicacisa lethu ukuthi okulona daba olukhulu khona lana ukuthi uSenzo sonke lesikhathi okuqhamuka kulobufakazi balabo bufakazi ababili ube lokho ebambene nalona obephethe isibhamu ukufika ke ukusuka ngasedanini ukufika ngasekitchen mhlambe ke kwaze kwafika naleso sikhathi la befike khona bebambana nalo wesibili.
Mr. Miss indlela ayicabanga ngakhona leyo nto uyayisho kimi.
Is it how you perceive this whole thing, or is it are you putting it to me? Is it your perception about what transpired there, or are you actually putting it to me?
I'm telling you what is God has heard from Thokozisi and Zandi.
Ngikutshela ngalokho inkantolo yakuzwa okwakuthulwa njengobufakazi la enkantolo umthokozisi noZandi.
Do you understand?
Ukuthi sonke ke lesikhathi uSenzo beloko elwisana nalomlisa obephethe isibhamu.
That's not true.
That is not true.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi masiqhuma isibhamu besinawo Senzo la ngasemnyama.
As I have already said, that when the firearm went off, I was together with Senzo there by the door.
Yes.
Ukuthi ke icourt awuyisho into oyicabangayo wena. Yabo icourt ngeke uyisho into oyicabangayo. So engisho ukuthi isiqhuma nje isibhamu ukuqala besilano Senzo naye ngasemnyama.
Now it's that a person cannot really express what they are thinking before this honorable court. But what I am trying to explain to this honorable court is that when the firearm went off, I was together with Senzo there by the door,
Ngalo umuntu omude.
including that intruder.
Now the second intruder.
Sikhuluma ngalo wesibili.
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
We are together there. That is what you're saying.
Sisonke ke lapho yilokho kushoyo.
Yes.
Yes.
But on the other hand, two people who were in the house, in the same house in which you were, who witnessed the same incident that you witnessed, have come and told this court that as and when the shot went off, Senzo was in tussle with the firearm guy.
Yabona ke ilokho wena ukubonile. Khona laba bawu2 abebekhona nabo lapha yana endlini. Bathi ke nabo babonile lokho kubonile kodwa ke bona bathi mabathula ubufakazi babo. Bathi isibhamu uma siqhuma usenzo ube lokho ebambene nalomlisa ke bephethe isibhamu.
So you're saying they saw something wrong?
Usho ukuthi manje lokho abakubonile iphutha.
ukuthi ngiyaconfuseka. Into edala ukuthi ngiconfuseke.
I get confused, and this is the reason why I get to be confused.
Into edala ukuthi ngiconfuseke.
Yes.
If basho njalo, angingeni kakhulu into nabayishilo. Since ungibuza ngazo, if basho njalo bona if bethu senzo bebhizinisi nalo isibhamu. Bona bebhizinisi nobani.
Now, I'm not going to dispute what they are actually saying. If they say that Senzo has been busy or tussling with this particular person that was in possession of the firearm, who were they busy with in the first place while that was happening?
And Mr. Mnisi lo ngitshela kona kuyikona.
Yes.
And Mr. Mnisi, whatever that I'm telling you
Yes.
is the truth. That's how things happened.
Be rest assured, Mr. Madlala, I am not saying that you're not being honest, you're not being dishonest with this court. And I'm not saying that they've been dishonest with the court, which is the reason why we're trying to probe.
Angisho ke lokho ukuthi wena ke awuthembakali la phambi kwenkantolo. Futhi angisho ukuthi nabo abazange bathembeke la enkantolo. Ingalokho ke siloko sizama ke ukuyihlaziya ke lento.
Indeed, the fact that you're just mentioning that you're getting confused. Everybody is confused. The court is confused. I'm confused. Colleague for the state is confused. May I withdraw with the greatest respect the very first portion of the confusion thing. I mean, I am confused. You are, in fact, let me start with you. You've just said you are confused. It's true. You are confused. I am confused. My colleagues seem to be in 6s and 7s. My colleague for the state seems to be 9 and 10s about confusion. There's a reason why we're requesting you to unconfuse us. Is it you who's telling the truth in terms of your observation, or they could be mistaken? You know, mistakes do happen in the process of observation. Not so.
Yabona ngititekile, utitekile, nalaba engisebenza kanye nabo. Abana assistance, mangibheka nangapha kumshushisi naye. Ngicabangeke ukuthi unayo leyo nto leyo ukuthi kuqamile kuye. Akuzameke ukuthi usikhiphe kulolu bishi lokudideka.
Mr. Mnisi, mangabuza kahle, ngengezwe ngestatement sakakha ukuthi wayebona through iwindi kunomuntu oyigqoka isikiphe esimhlophe.
Now, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
I heard the statement from Kaya
Yes.
that there is a person that was standing at the window with a white T-shirt.
Yes.
So wayezombona kanjani umuntu engekho la eduze kwesicapha kuma ngithi ngini first intruder ibisemva kwakhe. Kwakumele ayibone mayilepha wayibona kanjani usenzo la wayifunani la ngasefastereni.
Now, he wouldn't have noticed or perhaps witnessed that
Yes.
if indeed the intruder was not on the door side. And what was Senzo doing there at the window if there was no one also that was from behind me?
Because lokaya uthi wabona umuntu enesikiphe esimhlophe la ewindini le.
No, because Kaya said that he saw a person with a white T-shirt at the window.
Yes.
Am
Am I lying?
I thought you were trying to unconfuse us.
Now,
Now, you're taking us from the...
So ekuchaza khona ukuthi
Understand.
lokho engisho ukuthi besila nalomuntu ngasefestereni ngasemnyango kuyiqiniso.
Yeah.
That is why nokhaya abone.
That actually means that the fact that we were on the door side, close to the window there,
Yes.
it is the truth.
Yes.
Which is the reason why also Kaya could see the same thing.
Mr. Madlala.
Yes, Mr.
I
Nis.
thought when you started to prefer that explanation or to give that explanation, you were responding to my request that you should unconfuse us. But what you just did, you took us from the frying pan into the fire. You took us to the deepest end. We were further confused.
Uzozama ke wenza ukuthi kugqamela kithini kodwa ke akubuya ngasho manje ususifake ke ebumnyameni bokugcinayo manje.
The witness is giving an explanation. How can it be said that it's confusing? If my learned friend has got an issue with it, he can raise it in argument.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Mr. Kaya.
Tumelo Madlala.
Oh,
Tumelo Madlala.
Mr. Madlala, I'm sorry, sir.
Someone is confused.
Mr. Madlala.
Yeah, Mr. Minister.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Would you then agree with me that what you have just said, you have said, and what Thokozisi and Zandi have said, they're not the same, they're different.
Uyakuvuma lokho ukuthi okwakhulunywa ke uMthokozisi noZandi nalokho enokhulumayo akufani.
I statement zaba ngaze ngayifunda everything ngizwa la ecourt. So angaze ngayifunda. Wonke umuntu la wenza statement sakhe.
I've never read their statements. I only heard about their statements right here in court. Every person is concerned with their own statements.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. That which they have told to this court and that which you have told to this court, not the same.
Ilokho engikushoyo. Lokho abakutshela inkantolo nalokho wena ukutshela inkantolo akufani.
Akusiwe umsebenzi wami ukubona lokho. Okwakho Mr. Minister, I think ukubuza mina ngesami esiqondene nami. So mase songena kakhulu kwezabanye abantu angeke ngikwazi ukuchaza ngazo kakhulu mina. Ngizochaza ngale kubhalwe yini okwasayinelwa yini.
I won't be able to explain the contrast of the statements.
Yes.
That should not be coming to me.
Yes.
Mine is to just give my statement based on what I have said.
Yes. Now, on the basis of this glaring contradiction, would it not have been a dreadful error of a mistaken identity on your part that the person who you saw being in tussle with Senzo, wherein you came to assist, was accused number 2?
Awucabanga ukuthi wenze iphutha elikhulu kakhulu mayelana ke nalomlisa obe bambene naye uSenzo la wena uye wangena khona waba ingcenye lo wabamba iqhaza. Awucabanga ukuthi wenze iphutha ukuthi uthi umangalelo wesibili.
Ngizange ngilenze iphutha mthemisi and soze ngalenza iphutha ngale ndoda le. Njengoba ngikusho lokho ngikhuluma ngento engayibona soze ngisukele umuntu nje for nothing.
Never make a mistake, and I will never make a mistake, Mr. Mnisi. I will never just go and point a person who's not the real culprit. This is the person. I have never made that mistake.
Without laboring on this point, Mr. Madlala, Zandi and Tumelo said, as and when
Zandi and me.
Mthokozisi, I'm sorry. When Zandi and Mthokozisi told this court that as and when the shot went off, the person that Senzo was fighting with was the person who had dreadlocks, as against the fact that you are saying as and when the shot went off, the person that Senzo was fighting with was the second suspect.
Yabona uZandi noMthokozisi bathi ngenkathi iqhuma isibhamu uSenzo ubelwisana nalomlisa obe nama dreadlocks kanti lokho kuyagcubuzana nalokho wena ukushoyo ukuthi uma kuqhuma isibhamu uSenzo ubambene nalomlisa ke esithi ke umsola wesibili.
Do you understand?
Ngiyakuzwa lokho ngeke ngikhulume ngakho kakhulu lokho kwecourt ukuthi kujudge mina ngithulela ubufakazi bami.
I cannot delve much into that. That should be left in the hands of the court to decide.
Thank you.
I am merely presenting the evidence that has to do with me.
Thank you.
Tumelo Madala.
Now, on the basis of that analogy and on that contradiction, I'm putting it to you that you had made a terrible mistake in your identification of the person who Senzo was in tussle with as and when the firearm went off.
Ngenxa yokugqubuzana ke kwalobo bufakazi. Bufakazi bakho, bufakazi balabo bufakazi ababili. Ngithi ke ngibeka kuwe ukuthi wenze iphutha ukuthi umuntu obekade ebambene noSenzo umsolwa wesibili ngenkathi kuxhuma isibhamu. Kanti ke akusiyena umsolwa wesibili ngoba ke labayana bathe umsolwa wokuqala. Manje wena ke wenza iphutha ngibeka kuwe uthini ngalo?
Ithi ngitshele
Mr. Ramuse, please represent accused number 2. I don't know on what basis is counsel now making the submission. Has he got instructions to to the effect?
As it please the court, my lord.
I'm listening.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, it is immaterial whether I'm here on behalf of accused number 3 or on behalf of number 4 or on behalf of number 5. But in circumstances where I realize, or it is realized, actually not only me, but my colleagues here at large, that there's an aspect that needs to be brought to the attention of the court, which ultimately is going to assist the court to come to a just and an equitable finding. I will be doing a very grave injustice, my lord, to keep that under my armpit.
Okay, I hear you.
Because at another level, my lord, my integrity as an officer of this court will be called to question. And I don't want the thing to happen to me now. Thank you, my lord.
ake silungise lento yephutha Mr. Nisi.
Asilungise.
Mawuthi ngenza iphutha.
Let's fix this mistake that you're referring to, that I committed an error there. I did not commit any error.
Yes.
By pointing lo ngiyakutshela nama ngisangampointa na after 20 years angenzanga iphutha ngento ubulungiswa lapho.
You see, when I pointed this one off,
yes,
by me pointing at this person,
yes,
I did not commit any error.
Yes.
And I'm saying that even after 20 years,
yes,
I will still point him out.
Yes.
That is not commission of error.
Yes.
That is called justice.
Something is pulling me.
Ungawari Mr. Nisi nesikhathi sonke kodwa usho.
Don't worry, Mr. Mnisi. We've got all the time here. That is what you said.
Thank you. Mr. Madala, I see you very adamant that even after 20 years, I've just mentioned to you that with years and age, people lose who they are with a lapse of time.
Ngiyabona ukuthi unokuzethemba kule lapho uyasho futhi uyagcizelela ukuthi nangemva kweminyaka ewu-20 ngibeka kuwe ke abantu isikhathi basibele sendlula ke ukhona lokho ukuthi balahlekelwe amandla wabo ukukhumbula.
Finally, my parting shot is, in as much as you strongly believe that it could have been the second suspect that you saw on that day, you believe might have led you to make a grave error of a mistaken identity.
Yabona phezu kokuthi ke wena unalokwezethemba okumayelana ke uyakholelwa ekutheni umangalelwa wesibili wenze lento lena. Lokho ke kungahle kwenzeka ukuthi wena wenza iphutha okuyilona iphutha elikhulu kakhulu uma uthi umangalelwa wesibili.
Lokho kubonayo Mr. Minister lokho kubonayo mhlambe kumina yazi ukuboniswa yini ave kumnandi ukukhuluma into yaziyo akufani umuntu okhuluma into angayazi
you know it's the energy that I actually have, it is so good, it feels good, because now I'm talking about a person that I know. It's unlike talking about a person that you don't know. That's why you see me with this energy.
Thank you. I say that was my parting shot.
Yes.
A mistaken belief on the identity of a person. That will be my parting. Thank you, Madam. I've got no further questions.
Thank you. What's the time, Mr. Robbery?
It's 14 minutes past 3 minutes.
Mr. Numan, are you going to ask 1 or 2 questions? No. Hello? No. Oh, you're going to be long.
Yes, I will do it.
Okay, so we're here until when?
Tomorrow, my
You want him to be successful. You want him to success.
I told you he's confused. Thursday, okay.